Hot time in the city. My hair plugs ain't pretty.
Make me host.
Hot times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad.
Welcome to the mop-up for August 8th, 2022. I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 87 degrees and sunny, so they say. I'm in an air shaft. I have to check the clock to know if it's night or day. I'm not affected by weather, so I couldn't really care less what the climate is. I might as well be a Republican. Well, the Senate passed that big climate bill, or as it's called, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is crammed with all sorts of goodies to combat climate change and make certain the rich finally pay their fair share of taxes. How are they going to do that? How are we going to get the rich to finally pay their fair share of taxes? Well, by pumping $80 billion into our severely underfunded Internal Revenue Service. But Republicans do not want the IRS to function properly. That's part of their no new taxes strategy dating back to Reagan. No new taxes. They don't want to defund the police unless it's the police who want them to obey the law. Republicans want lower taxes, and the taxes they can't lower, they try not to pay by defunding the IRS, which they have succeeded in doing. For Republicans, crime is only on the streets. Here is Donald Trump last week at CPAC.
We also need a no-holds-barred national campaign to dismantle organized crimes. These are street crimes. Organized crime today is on the streets, and this administration doesn't want to talk about that crime. They want to talk about what they think are other crimes, and many people say they're not crimes.
Right. Many people say they're not crimes. Right. On today's show, we're going to be talking about how it's the Republican Party's fault for defunding the police. The left does not want to defund the police, not at all. The GOP, it's their fault the police are being defunded. The GOP only cares about crime on the street enforced by local police officers. They don't give a rat's ass about rich people or corporations committing crimes like not paying their taxes. And these are the real crimes. They result in hunger, crumbling bridges and schools, and people die because people don't pay their taxes. We need people to pay their taxes so we can enforce the laws that protect us from banks, unscrupulous lenders, and realtors. But Republicans, they don't care about enforcing that law because they want to balance the budget, right? But if you really want to balance the budget, you need a fully functioning Internal Revenue Service. It is estimated that for every dollar you spend on the IRS, $10 comes back in the way of taxes. You cannot collect taxes without collectors. You cannot collect taxes if your computer system runs on a 1960s operating system called COBOL. No idea what that is, but it's what our IRS is running on, and that's not a mistake. Right? The GOP has seen to it that the people who collect our taxes are understaffed and they have to work with antiquated tools. According to the Washington Post, the Internal Revenue Service had 12 years ago 100,000 employees. Today, it has roughly 80,000. That's why the rich are rarely audited, and Republicans love that. They want that. They set the IRS up that way. half of all IRS audits target Americans earning $75,000 a year or less. Corporations and the rich rarely get audited because corporations and the rich have high-powered tax attorneys who can tie these audits up for years. Just like our criminal justice system, it's the IRS, it's just like our criminal justice system. It only goes after people who can't afford lawyers, or at least good lawyers. Now, the past 2 weeks, the Republicans have been incensed that this new climate bill pays for itself, right? They are so angry. Republicans always say, we can't afford this. We can't afford anything. We can't afford it. Well, what they won't say is we can afford it if everyone paid their fair share of taxes. And the only way you can get people to pay their taxes is through law enforcement. The IRS is law enforcement. If you're for law and order, then you are for the criminal enforcement of our tax laws. Americans are supposed to go to prison for failure to pay their taxes. It's how they got Al Capone. So this new climate bill, which Biden is expected to sign later this week, will pay for itself by adding new Internal Revenue Service agents who will specifically target corporations and the rich. And Republicans hate this because Republicans work for the rich. It is the job of Republican lawmakers to demonize the IRS to ordinary Americans. The Washington Post reported yesterday that Republican Senator John Thune complained that we shouldn't be throwing money at the IRS because they only answered 1 out of every 50 calls during the 2021 tax season. Well, whose fault is that? It's the Republicans. They've left the IRS underfunded. You see how it works? Ordinary Americans are trained to hate the IRS because they are led to believe it's inefficient. But what Republicans don't tell ordinary Americans is that the Republicans have made it inefficient in order for Americans, ordinary Americans, to hate it. And who benefits from ordinary Americans hating the IRS? Not ordinary Americans, just the rich. Republicans know exactly what they're doing. Demonize the IRS, then cut the funding even more, so ordinary Americans hate the IRS even more. And most ordinary Americans lack critical thinking because, without people paying taxes, we can't afford schooling. So Americans lose the ability to think critically. And they say, yeah, the IRS is just another example of government inefficiency. No, the IRS is another example of a government agency that has been gutted by law-breaking Republicans who are paid by the richest 1% to make sure the richest 1% don't pay their fair share of taxes. Again, Republicans dating back to 1968, when Nixon was running for president, have been the party of quote unquote law and order. But only the laws they care about, only the laws that keep the 99% obedient and in the dark, only the laws that keep our streets free from protesters. Republicans support the local police, and only the local police, because the local police protect property and the wealthy. But Republicans don't support any other law enforcement agencies like the Internal Revenue Service. They're defunding the Internal Revenue Service. Republicans hate the police. They want to defund every single law enforcement agency except the local police, because the local police protect property and the wealthy. That's all the local police do. I've gone over the numbers. They don't solve or prevent crime. Something like 2% of all felonies are solved and prosecuted by local police. When it comes to rape, fewer than 1% of rapes are prosecuted by the police because local police, they're not in the business of preventing or stopping crime. Their job is to protect property and the wealthy, right? To prevent chaos from cutting into the profits of store owners and people who own property, right? That's the only law and order, the only policing the Republicans care about. I played this on Friday. Here again is Republican Senator John Barrasso lying. He is a liar. John Barrasso is a liar. Here he is lying about this new climate bill that will beef up the Internal Revenue Service.
And you go through this whole bill, what do you see? You see the IRS being empowered to hire many more auditors, 86,000 more IRS agents. What do they want to do? They're going to audit people. We're talking about families and farmers and small businesses, making it much harder for families to get by. The burden of what they're placing on the American families is just absolutely awful.
No, what's absolutely awful is that you're a liar. The IRS specifically said that the new funding will not target the poor or the small business owners. It will specifically target the rich. Well, the Republicans, you're a liar. Barrasso is a liar and a doctor from Yale. The Republicans march in lockstep. Their new talking point is to lie about this new increased funding for the Internal Revenue Service. They lie and say it'll increase the number of middle-class people getting audited. It won't. It's a lie. They are claiming that the IRS has been weaponized. They use the term weaponized by the Biden administration. We are now supposed to be terrified of the Internal Revenue Service because they have weapons. Well, yes, they've always had weapons. The IRS is law enforcement. The IRS has a criminal division. It's dangerous working for the IRS. You need guns. The IRS is how Al Capone got locked up. IRS agents get people arrested. It's how you enforce tax law, by arresting people. And some people, especially mobsters, money launderers, drug dealers, sovereign citizens who tend to be Republican, they don't want to pay their taxes. And so the IRS, they need weapons to enforce tax law. But now the GOP is complaining that the IRS is being weaponized. The GOP wants everybody armed, but not the government. They're for law and order, and yet they want everybody armed except the government. So let's start with the bottom of the barrel. Here's Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene being a good soldier for the rich at last week's CPAC.
But we don't need 70,000 new armed IRS agents. This is terrifying.
No, we need 70,000 armed school teachers. That's not terrifying. No, we don't need 70,000 armed IRS agents in order to protect themselves from money launderers, drug dealers, and mobsters. Who's a good little lapdog for the wealthy? Marjorie Taylor Greene is. Yes, you are. Okay, by the way, people have been shooting at revenuers or tax collectors since the 19th century. Damn revenuers coming out into the woods and forcing me to pay taxes for all that whiskey I make with my still. That's right. Tax collector needs guns because people shoot at them. People who think, I need a gun to protect myself from those infernal IRS agents making me pay for all the roads and bridges I drive on to go to the gun store and rifle range. Here is Tucker Carlson. He's trying desperately to convince Fox viewers that this new Climate Reduction Act isn't about saving the planet. It's about taking away our freedoms because it will weaponize the IRS.
So when they start treating the IRS as a military agency, you should be very worried. And that's exactly what the U.S. government is doing. In 2018, the Government Accountability Office reported that more than 2,000 IRS enforcement agents have more than 4,000 weapons, guns that kill people, remember? The IRS is also stockpiling more than 5 million rounds of ammunition. In 2020, the watchdog organization OpenTheBooks.com reported the IRS has spent more than $20 million on guns and ammo between 2006 and 2019.
So Tucker Carlson seems confused as to why the IRS would need weapons. He's confused. Who better to clear things up than Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz? Congressman Matt Gaetz. Here is Matt Gaetz explaining it all to Tucker Carlson.
Joe Biden is raising taxes, disarming Americans. So, of course, they are arming up the IRS like they're preparing to take Fallujah. Like you mentioned, 5 million rounds of ammunition, 4,500 firearms, automatic weapons, and $731,000 of taxpayer money spent this year to quite literally weaponize your government against you.
Matt Gaetz wants to protect law-abiding citizens from an overly intrusive government that sticks its nose into your private business, like wanting to know why you pay to transport underage girls across state lines for the purpose of having sex with them and then writing it off as a business expense, Matt Gaetz. But, it's all political, you see. That's how Matt Gaetz is eventually going to get arrested for statutory rape. But when the police want to arrest Matt Gaetz for statutory rape, then it's political. That's the politicization of law enforcement. But Matt doesn't want the IRS carrying weapons because, why should the IRS carry weapons? There's never been a problem for IRS agents with drug dealers, money launderers, and mobsters threatening the lives of IRS agents. Republicans want to get rid of the Internal Revenue Service. The only law enforcement the Republicans want is keeping poor people terrified. If law enforcement keeps poor people terrified and compliant, they're for it. And they love police that goes after what they call thugs, which is code for black people. We need to stop spending money on the FBI, the Justice Department, and the IRS, and only spend money on more police. This is more of Matt Gaetz.
So it's not really that Joe Biden and the Democrats hate guns. They just hate law-abiding Americans having them, and they take the money from the people to go and have their own little private arsenals. And it's particularly egregious from a country that militarizes its bureaucracies and then forces its grandmothers to go and fend for themselves on dangerous streets because they defund the police and have cashless bail and other hug-a-thug woke criminal justice policies. That's why I'm introducing legislation to stop it.
Well, God bless you.
God bless you. What a good Christian, Tucker Carlson. God bless you. God bless you, Matt Gaetz, for all you do. This is the way it works. Republicans stand for law and order so long as it's police officers keeping poor people in line. But when the police keep rich people in line, then it's an overly intrusive government, and we need guns to protect ourselves from an overly intrusive government. So while the Republicans complained about the IRS enforcing the law last week, they also took exception to the Justice Department enforcing the law, that law enforcement enforce the law and not break it. Here is Fox's Laura Ingraham lying and then complaining about our Justice Department's decision last week to charge 4 Louisville, Kentucky police officers with violating Breonna Taylor's civil rights when they shot the African-American emergency room technician in her own home after illegally breaking into it. This is the racist Laura Ingraham.
Officers who accidentally shot and killed Breonna Taylor after being fired upon by her boyfriend, They were cleared of any wrongdoing. But now Biden and Garland are coming after them. Well, so what's going on here? The full story behind the left's continued war on police.
Yes, the left's continued war on the police. First off, as I talked about on Friday's show, the Louisville police didn't accidentally shoot Breonna Taylor after her boyfriend fired at them. The Louisville police were carrying out an illegal no-knock raid in the middle of the night, and her boyfriend, because these were 7 plainclothes police officers who didn't announce themselves, her boyfriend exercised his so-called constitutional right, the Castle Doctrine, to fire a warning shot. Somehow, the police kicking in the door of an African-American woman and shooting her to death is not an overly intrusive government for Republicans like Laura Ingraham, right? Because she's black. Here is the overly intrusive Attorney General, Merrick Garland, intruding on Laura Ingraham's constitutional right to trivialize the police killing unarmed black women. This is Merrick Garland explaining that no, those 4 police officers have not been cleared and that Laura Ingraham is lying.
We allege that the defendants knew their actions in falsifying the affidavit could create a dangerous situation, and we allege these unlawful acts resulted in Ms. Taylor's death. The charges announced today also allege that the officers responsible for falsifying the affidavit that led to the search took steps to cover up their unlawful conduct after Ms. Taylor was killed. We allege that defendants Janes and Goodlett conspired to knowingly falsify an investigative document that was created after Ms. Taylor's death. We also allege that they conspired to mislead federal, state, and local authorities who were investigating the incident. For example, we allege that in May 2020, those 2 defendants met in a garage where they agreed to tell investigators a false story. This indictment separately alleges that defendant Meany lied to the FBI during its investigation of this matter.
The police lied. There was a story in the New York Post over the weekend about thousands of police officers taking sergeant's exams here in New York City and cheating, lying on their sergeant exams, which comes naturally to New York police officers because police lie. And those 4 Louisville cops are liars, but so is Laura Ingraham. They lie, she lied, Republicans lie. And because the police only lied about killing a black woman, Laura Ingraham wants them to be left alone. Laura Ingraham, like the entire Republican Party, has a storied history of professing their Christianity as well as their contempt for minorities. That's why Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban was flown into Texas last week to speak before CPAC and told Christian Republicans who are racist they have nothing to worry about.
Don't worry, a Christian politician cannot be racist.
Don't worry, a Christian politician cannot be racist. Well, then I guess you can do anything you want. If you're a politician and you're a Christian, you can't be racist. Viktor Orban is the racist Tucker Carlson's favorite politician. Viktor Orban is the longest serving prime minister in Europe. He opposes immigrants. He calls his country Hungary a Christian nation and proudly refers to Hungary as an illiberal democracy. The European Union temporarily threw Hungary out because Orban was attacking the press and his own democracy. But conservatives in America love him because he's anti-migrant, he's anti-immigrant. He is always professing that he and Hungary are Christians. Hungary's a Christian nation. He's a Christian. He constantly says he opposes the mixing of the races. And he is successful. He is successful politically. Here he is at CPAC explaining why he's so successful.
Another factor of our success is that my government is devoted to law and order without compromise.
Yes, law and order without compromise. He won't compromise on law and order. Unless you're talking about law and order for Viktor Orban and his cronies, in which case, compromise away. That's why Hungary is a kleptocracy. Hungary is a kleptocracy. Mr. Law and Order has created a kleptocracy. That's not me, that's The Economist back in 2018. Here's the headline. The EU is tolerating and enabling, I made a mistake, authoritarian kleptocracy in Hungary. This is a story from 2018, how Viktor Orban campaigns against the EU from Monday to Friday and collects its subsidies on the weekends. Okay, so he's running a kleptocracy. He's shouting law and order while running a kleptocracy, and that's exactly what Trump, the GOP, and CPAC want America to be more of. We're already an authoritarian kleptocracy, and that's what CPAC wants more of, an authoritarian kleptocracy that allows the rich to steal as much as they can from the government, and through authoritarianism, through police officers and extrajudicial militia, ordinary Americans become too frightened to complain. This is what conservatives at CPAC last week meant by law and order. Steal from the masses and make sure the masses are too frightened by the police to say anything, right? Viktor Orban, right? We need to be tough. We need to support our police, right, Viktor Orban?
We decided we don't need more genders, we need more rangers. Less drag queens and more Chuck Norris. We believe there is no freedom without order. If there is no order, you get chaos. In Hungary, law enforcement agencies are not people's enemy. They are the guardians of freedom. Therefore, law should not protect criminals, but protect the victims and those who are defending the law. Police should be well respected. So,
law and order. He's all for law and order. Police should be respected. Not just respected, but feared, because that's how you maintain law and order.
Law enforcement agencies are not people's enemy. They are the guardians of freedom.
Guardians of freedom, and by freedom, the freedom to steal from the government while not paying any taxes. Freedom for the kleptocrats. Viktor Orban doesn't love law enforcement. They actually fear law enforcement because they are white-collar criminals. Everybody in the Republican Party supports white-collar criminals. They don't support poor people, and they use the police, law and order, to keep poor people in line. They want, the Republicans, the conservatives, CPAC, they want to defund law enforcement and pour money into policing only the poor. It used to be sub rosa. Now, like everything in the Republican Party, it's out in the open. The GOP now is openly talking about defunding the Justice Department and the FBI. The Democrats, Republicans claim, want to defund the police. No, it's Republicans who want to defund the police. They want to gut the Internal Revenue Service, the FBI, and the Justice Department. Here is Arizona Republican Congressman Andy Biggs, who asked Donald Trump for a blanket pardon after January 6. Here he is talking at CPAC over the weekend about defunding the FBI and the police, because the FBI I'm sorry, he wants to defund the FBI and the Justice Department, not the police. He wants to defund the FBI and the Justice Department because the FBI and the Justice Department are looking into the role Congressman Andy Biggs played in the insurrection. Congressman Andy Biggs.
And that's what you do is you start defunding some of these bad agencies, the FBI, the DOJ. You use the Holman Rule to defund people who have abused their power.
Yes, the people who have abused their powers, like trying to lock up seditionists like Congressman Andy Biggs for coming up with the Stop the Steal rally. He would never say defund local law enforcement because local law enforcement only locks up poor people. But the Justice Department, the FBI, they're going after Andy Biggs, right? They've been politicized. So they must be defunded. Here is Donald Trump over the weekend in Wisconsin.
We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement like never before against the opposing political party. They send their law enforcement out to get them because they can't beat us at the polls. So let's lock them up.
Lock them up. I wonder, I've never heard him say that before. Steve Bannon was pardoned by Trump, but now he faces a year in jail after being found guilty last month for contempt of Congress. So he's looking at another prison sentence. So naturally, he doesn't want to defund the local police because, he's all in on law and order. He does, however, want to defund the Justice Department and the FBI because it's been politicized. You see, when Trump and Steve Bannon or Andy Biggs are being prosecuted, suddenly law enforcement, like the FBI, has been politicized.
Okay, if you are at the forefront of this movement, look at what they're doing to President Trump. They understand they can't beat him at the ballot box. They can't beat his energy. They can't beat his vision. They're coming after him with a death by 1,000 cuts legally, right? They're trying to put him in jail to make sure he cannot run again in 2024 and be the rightful president he should be right now.
They couldn't beat him at the ballot box. They beat him at the ballot box, and then he committed a series of crimes trying to steal the election, and that's why the FBI and the Justice Department is coming for Donald Trump. Well, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified before the Senate last week, and Ted Cruz was very concerned about the politicization of our FBI. Here is Ted Cruz.
Director Wray, I'm deeply concerned that the FBI and the Department of Justice have become thoroughly politicized. I think this is a problem that began during the Obama administration. I think it metastasized with career officials during the Trump administration, and I think it continues and is even worse today under the Biden administration. I don't believe you personally reflect that politicization, but I think you've been unwilling to root it out and unwilling to hold people accountable for the politicization. I hear regularly from FBI agents and from professionals at the Department of Justice who are dismayed that our law enforcement has been weaponized and politicized rather than remaining apolitical as it has been for the history of our country.
That's Ted Cruz saying that the FBI, up until Obama and Biden, had been apolitical since its inception. So Ted Cruz went to Princeton and then Harvard Law, but nobody taught him history. He says the FBI has been apolitical throughout its history, except for when it infiltrated the labor movement, especially the IWW, and pretty much put it out of business. Apolitical, right, Ted Cruz, except when it set up COINTELPRO to spy on leftists, communists, socialists, to spy on Dr. Martin Luther King, send him notes telling him to kill himself. That's what the FBI did. your apolitical FBI. They sent Dr. King's wife audio and pictures of Dr. King in compromising situations. Yes, the apolitical FBI has never been politicized until Biden and Obama. Yes, except when J. Edgar Hoover in the 60s called Dr. King a notorious liar, except when the FBI in the 60s refused to investigate church bombings, the assassinations of civil rights leaders. And then, of course, there was Black Panther leader Fred Hampton. Here is Amy Goodman from Democracy Now! Telling us about the apolitical FBI and the role the apolitical FBI played in the death of Black Panther leader Fred Hampton.
Fred Hampton was killed December 4th, 1969, when Chicago police raided his apartment and shot and killed him in his own bed. Black Panther leader Mark Clark was also killed by police in that raid. Authorities initially claimed the Panthers had opened fire on the police who were there to serve a search warrant for weapons. Evidence later emerged that told a very different story. The FBI, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, and Chicago police had conspired to assassinate Fred Hampton. Now, several hundred pages of FBI memos and reports obtained by historian and writer Aaron Leonard through a Freedom of Information Act request document that the director of the FBI's Domestic Intelligence Division, William Sullivan, and the head of the extremist section of the Domestic Intelligence Division, George Moore, both played key roles in planning the raid and the cover-up that followed.
Yes, Ted Cruz is nostalgic for the apolitical FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, who called Dr. King a notorious liar and the most dangerous man in America. Well, Josh Hawley, Senator Josh Hawley, is concerned about the politicization of the FBI, all because of this new gun law that's been passed. You know, the FBI has always been tasked with doing background checks, and now, because of this new gun law that Biden got passed, it's going to be tasked with even more background checks. You know, they want to find out why serial killers are buying weapons. Here is Senator Josh Hawley clenching his fist and wanting to know why the FBI is so overly intrusive.
Director Wray, I sent you a letter last week about the FBI's decision to try to obtain sensitive personal information related to concealed carry permits in the state of Missouri. I've got the letter right here. Have you read this?
I have had a chance to glance at it, yes.
Good. So let's talk a little bit about it. Why is the FBI attempting to audit concealed carry permit records in the state of Missouri?
Why is the FBI running background checks on people who want concealed carry permits in Missouri? What could it be? Let's see now, Josh Hawley went to Yale Law School. Why would the FBI be doing background checks on people who want concealed carry permits? Because that's the job of the FBI. You know, that's their job. The FBI runs background checks, Josh Hawley, and you just run. By the way, I have video of Josh Hawley on January 6th. Real macho man. He's writing a book, by the way, on masculinity, Josh Hawley, because he's all man. Well, the FBI has always been a political organization. What we're saying is a battle for control over it. The same way there's a battle for control over the Internal Revenue Service. Unfortunately, the IRS belongs to the wealthy. The wealthy won control of the IRS. And now with this climate bill, the Democrats are trying to take some of that control back. What is so obvious is that Republicans are liars, and they will say and do whatever it takes to make sure the rich don't pay taxes. That's why they are sent to Washington. Same-sex marriage, Christians under assault, Israel, caravans of illegals or crime in the streets. They work those issues to distract the American people from what the real job of Republican lawmakers is, and that is to make sure that the people paying the Republican politician's salary, the richest 1%, don't pay taxes. They will say and do anything to keep the IRS and other government agencies off the backs of corporations and the rich. That's the job of Republican lawmakers, to make sure the government, which is 30% of our economy, gives the rich, doesn't take from the rich, gives to the rich. That's the job of Republican lawmakers, to make sure the government, which is 30% of our economy, gives to the rich, not take from the rich. The rich take from the government in the form of tax subsidies or government contracts, right? I've talked about this. Jeff Bezos pays no taxes, but Amazon gets billions upon billions of dollars in government contracts. Who do you think is doing the cloud for the federal government? Amazon. The Republicans aren't defunding the government. They're redirecting government spending away from the people who need it and giving it to those who don't, like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. Unfortunately, it's not just Republicans. It's also some Democrats, like Chuck Schumer, who's not just some Democrat, he's the leader in the Senate. And Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema, who personally saved the carried interest loophole last week. Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona. Now, for decades, private equity firms and hedge fund managers have taken advantage of something called the carried interest loophole on their taxes. I have no idea what it means. You're not supposed to. But it allows financiers who don't create jobs, who destroy jobs, financiers who trade pieces of paper. The carried interest loophole allows them to pay a lower tax rate than you and I. It's unfair. Now, contained within that new Inflation Reduction Act was a an amendment to end this loophole. But Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona, representing the people of Arizona, because people from Arizona love the carried interest loophole. I mean, they'll secede from the union if you get rid of the carried interest loophole for hedge fund managers. Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona only agreed to sign on to that bill unless the giveaway to hedge fund managers and private equity managers remained on the books, right? She saved the carried interest loophole. Congratulations, a job well done representing the people of Arizona. If you ask Arizonians, what are you more likely to revolt over? Taking away assault weapons or taking away the carried interest loophole? It's the carried interest loophole. That is going to cause the people of Arizona to revolt. Well, the Financial Times did an investigation, and it revealed something kind of interesting about Kyrsten Sinema. During the 2022 election cycle, The good senator, the Democrat from Arizona, Kyrsten Sinema, has received nearly $500,000 so far from private equity. And last week, she earned every penny. Private equity's best investment. They gave $500,000 to Kyrsten Sinema, and they got back billions in tax savings because she kept the carried interest loophole for them. She got $54,900 this year from KKR. They're a hedge fund or private equity. My favorite, the Carlyle Group, David Rubenstein's, the Carlyle Group gave her $35,000 this year. Apollo gave her $27,000. Crow Holdings Capital gave her $24,500. Riverside Partners gave her $23,300. Way to serve the people of Arizona. It is impossible to count all those jobs in Arizona created by private equity firms on Wall Street because there are none. That's why it's impossible. Unfortunately, it's not just Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema. The Financial Times also reports today that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer from New York is also a recipient of private equity money. Let's see. This is from the Financial Times. Sinema is not the only Democrat to have received funds from the private equity industry. Executives at groups including Blackstone, KKR, and Lazard have also collectively donated $1.28 million to New York Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, representing about 4.4% of his fundraising from individual donors this cycle. In the past year, he's collected $1.288 million from private equity. This is from I'm reading from the Financial Times. That's, by the way, I've watched other podcasters who just read from newspapers, but don't tell you they're plagiarizing. I am now reading from the Financial Times. Quote, a spokesman for Schumer said he was a longtime champion of closing the carried interest loophole, adding they had, quote, worked until the very end to try to keep the provision in the legislation and will continue to seek opportunities to eliminate it. Sure. And a spokesman for Sinema said she had been clear and consistent for more than a year that she will only support tax reforms and revenue options that support Arizona's economic growth and competitiveness. Well, Kyrsten Sinema is a liar because private equity firms do not help Arizona. They destroy Arizona. They destroy jobs. What they do is they buy shopping malls and then just sell them off for the copper. They buy, Toys R Us using debt, and then to pay off the debt, they saddle Toys R Us with the debt, and then they pay off that debt by laying off workers, selling off real estate, and of course, raiding the pension fund. Private equity doesn't create jobs. It destroys jobs. You're a liar, Kyrsten Sinema. You're a liar. Well, Chuck Schumer got money from Blackstone, one of the most evil private equity funds, one of the most evil hedge funds in the world. They invest in fossil fuels. They refuse to divest themselves from fossil fuels. Chuck Schumer and Blackstone go way, way back. They not only donate to Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, Michael Shapiro. Know this name because I'm going to be talking now about Michael Shapiro. His name is Michael Shapiro. What is his name? His name is Michael Shapiro, and he's Chuck Schumer's son-in-law. And his name is Michael Shapiro. Okay? He graduated from both Yale and Princeton. And he's taken a job with Blackstone, one of the most evil private equity hedge funds in the world. Michael Shapiro, that would be Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, whose name is Michael Shapiro, has now taken a job with Blackstone. And what Michael Shapiro, what he's done that's even worse is his previous job, and by his, I mean Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, Michael Shapiro, he just quit his job, he being Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, he just quit his job as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Policy inside Joe Biden's and Pete Buttigieg's Department of Transportation. I'm quizzing you. Who was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Policy inside the Department of Transportation up until a few weeks ago? That would be Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law. Why would Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, go from the Department of Transportation to Blackstone? Why would Blackstone want Michael Shapiro? Well, last year, the bipartisan infrastructure bill was signed into law. And guess who gets to hand out most of that government largesse? The Department of Transportation. You know, where Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, worked up until a few days ago. So he could go now. Now he goes to work for Blackstone, one of the largest private equity groups in the world that donates handsomely to his not so handsome father-in-law, Chuck Schumer. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, this is what the Republicans wanted. This is what Joe Manchin wanted. The bipartisan infrastructure bill passed last year, earmarked more than $600 billion for the Department of Transportation to administer and distribute. Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, what's his name? I can't remember. Oh, right, Michael Shapiro. He worked over at the Department of Transportation. But now, instead of administering and distributing that $600 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, Michael Shapiro, decided instead to take a job with Blackstone to make sure his, and by his, I mean Michael Shapiro's, his buddies, who were stupid enough to still keep working over the Department of Transportation, administering and distributing all that infrastructure money. He took a job with Blackstone to make sure they administered and distributed some of that $600 billion to Blackstone. That's what Michael Shapiro is doing now. He quit his job over at the Department of Transportation and went to work to make sure that for Blackstone, to make sure that the Department of Transportation was administering and distributing some of your tax dollars, $600 billion of your tax dollars, over to Blackstone. And let's not forget all that privileged information Michael Shapiro possesses, having worked for the Department of Transportation before and right after they were given more than $600 billion to administer and distribute. How is that legal? How is that even ethical? You know, if you're Chuck Schumer, you say to your son-in-law, Michael Shapiro, you know, go get a job. Can't you go get a job somewhere else? Instead, Michael Shapiro didn't. He decided not to be a patriotic American and stick around to make sure our Department of Transportation administered and distributed that $600 billion properly. that Chuck Schumer was personally responsible for the bipartisan infrastructure law. And, you would think somebody from Princeton and Yale, like his son-in-law, Michael Shapiro, would use his education to help administer and spend that $600 billion properly. We need the best and the brightest from Princeton and Yale. People like Michael Shapiro to guarantee that $600 billion isn't wasted, but instead, Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, who graduated from Princeton and Yale, Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, he headed over to Blackstone to make sure that $600 billion is in fact wasted on people like Blackstone. Well, Blackstone assured reporters that Schumer's son-in-law, Michael Shapiro, will never lobby his father-in-law. Instead, he will lobby all the people over at the Department of Transportation who he made friends with while he was there. And you know what Blackstone says Michael Shapiro's portfolio is? This is Michael Shapiro's portfolio over at Blackstone. It's not to be a lobbyist. It's to specialize in infrastructure investments and projects. That's all he's tasked to do over at Blackstone, right? Just his portfolio is, quote, infrastructure investments and projects. Yeah, the Department of Transportation has nothing to do with infrastructure investments and projects, right? The bipartisan infrastructure bill that gave $600 billion to the Department of Transportation, right? That $600 billion has nothing to do with infrastructure investments and projects. Yeah, he won't lobby his father-in-law, Chuck Schumer. Instead, Michael Shapiro will lobby his old boss, Pete Buttigieg, on behalf of Blackstone. How is this ethical? How is this legal? Why are we not calling Chuck Schumer's office? I will get Chuck Schumer's phone number and tell him to fire his son-in-law. I demand that Chuck Schumer order his idiot daughter to divorce that idiot husband, Michael Shapiro. I will not vote for Chuck Schumer unless he commands that his idiot daughter divorce Michael Shapiro. Schumer has two idiot daughters, both graduated from Harvard. One of the idiots is a lobbyist for Amazon. The other works for Facebook. This is, do you understand why ordinary Americans hate Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden? This shit is just as bad as Hunter Biden. It's the same thing. It's only, it lacks the crack and the prostitutes and the Pornhub videos. But it's the same grift. There's no difference between Hunter Biden and Chuck Schumer's idiot son-in-law. They're grifters. Call Chuck Schumer's office right now and tell him to fire his son-in-law, Michael Shapiro. Why can't these pieces of shit, and they are by definition pieces of shit, Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, is a piece of shit. He can't work anyplace else, right? He can't, he's got the degree from Harvard, he's got the degree from Yale. You know, maybe be a patriot and stay at the Department of Transportation, or wait till the $600 billion has been dispersed by the Department of Infrastructure, the Department of Transportation, or maybe wait until Joe Biden leaves office and then go through the revolving door. But to go through the revolving door a year and a half into the Biden administration, while this infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, is just getting started, that has to be illegal. That has to be illegal. Well, it's called the Inflation Reduction Act. And unfortunately, it passed. I'm okay with it. Bernie isn't okay with it. It's not okay enough. But in a summer of nothing but bad, like Olivia Newton-John just passed away. And later on in the show, I will talk about one of the happiest moments of my life, sitting next to Olivia Newton-John. Conan flew me, when I did Conan, they would fly me first class sometimes, and they flew me first class, and I sat next to Olivia Newton-John, and it was the six happiest hours of my life, sitting next to Olivia Newton-John. Wow. What was I talking about? The Inflation Reduction Act. What a sweet woman. I just sat next to her what a sweet woman. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act. It's just okay. It's just okay. Unless you're rich, and in rich case, it's fantastic, because nothing passes in Washington unless it benefits the rich. We've talked about this. We are, by definition, an oligarchy. They did a study, and I don't know, I think Professor Hussein has talked about this. Other people, I think Marianne Cummings has talked about this. I think it was Rutgers or Princeton did a study of every piece of legislation that came out of Washington, D.C., and they discovered that not a single piece of legislation passes unless it gets unless it's approved by the wealthiest 1%, unless the Chamber of Commerce or some lobbyist for the 1% greenlights it. We're an oligarchy. So that's the Inflation Reduction Act, which has been approved by the oligarchy, but not Bernie. Not Bernie, who almost won the Democratic nomination in 2020. Bernie doesn't get what he wants, but Joe Manchin, who represents West Virginia, has more say as to what goes into this bill than Bernie, who America almost made president. The reason this bill passed in its iteration and Bernie's iteration of the bill didn't is because Bernie's iteration was called Build Back Better, and it would have spent money on a social safety net. It would have increased money for public housing, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Yes, we have time. It would have extended tax benefits to families with children. It would have spent billions on caring for the elderly, dental and eye for Medicare recipients. But no, there's no money for that. That's inflationary. Washington can't deliver on anything, not anything, but can't deliver on most things that would benefit the 99%. Yes, it does improve the IRS. And, little tweaks can make a big difference, little things. A 15% minimum corporate tax, 17,000 armed IRS agents kicking open the door of Jeff Bezos's mansion and making him pay his taxes. This might lead to good things, but it's not enough. Americans are hurting, and this bill does very little for them. Because as I said, nothing gets done in Washington unless it also benefits the rich and the powerful. They are the mafia. They get their taste. This bill is great if you manufacture electric vehicles, if you manufacture wind turbines and solar panels. This is great. They say will reduce carbon emissions, greenhouse gases by 40%. That's a lie. It's not even close, but it's a start. Also, the good news, I'm supposed to be really thrilled about, this is Stockholm Syndrome. This is an example of Stockholm Syndrome. I'm supposed to be grateful because Medicare can now negotiate with drug manufacturers. Isn't that great? Thank you, Sing-Q. Thank you. I'm in the closet and you're violating me with a plunger, Sing-Q. But thanks to Stockholm Syndrome, I'm grateful that Sing-Q allows Medicare to negotiate with drug manufacturers. Thank you, Sing-Q. Isn't that great? We're supposed to be thrilled. The largest purchaser of drugs in the world, Medicare, is now permitted to negotiate with Big Pharma. This is Stockholm Syndrome. We're supposed to be grateful. This is what the champions of the free market are compromising on. They're now allowing negotiations with Big Pharma. George W. Bush, free marketeer, who said, the government just needs to get out of the way. He passed a law forbidding Medicare from negotiating drug prices because nothing screams free market more than the government forbidding Medicare from negotiating drug prices. So our government has to pay whatever Big Pharma decided it wanted to charge because that's the free market. The largest purchaser of drugs in the world, Medicare, was forbidden by the Republicans by law from being the beneficiary of the single most important component of the free market, shopping around for a better price. Right. The government was hostage, Medicare was hostage to Big Pharma. And now we're supposed to be grateful that we get to negotiate drug prices, some drug prices with Medicare, because, Republicans don't believe in the free market. They're lying. There is no such thing as a free market. I'll keep telling you this. 30% of our economy is government spending, and Republicans help the rich by making sure the rich get that spending. They literally wrote a law that says Medicare, which they hate, which they'd like to bankrupt. They literally wrote a law that says Medicare can't shop around for lower prices. For 20 years, Medicare has been beholden to the drug companies. And now, thanks to this new bill, we can negotiate with the drug companies, which would be, the drug companies would be nothing without the billions the government puts into drug research and then gets nothing back in return, right? Like we financed the COVID vaccine, gave the patent to whomever, and now we have to pay them for what we invested in. We financed drug research and then turned the patents over to drug companies who return the favor by charging us an arm and a leg for insulin. Seriously, if you look at what they charge diabetics for insulin, it's literally an arm and a leg. So thank you for letting us negotiate with Medicare, Sing-Q. And there will be a cap on insulin for Medicare, but for cap on insulin for Medicare, but private insurance companies, they can still charge whatever they want for insulin. The Republicans voted that one down. 1 out of 10 Americans, and the parliamentarians said it had nothing to do with this bill. 1 out of 10 Americans has diabetes, and we pay more for insulin than any country in the industrialized world. Diabetes is one of the fastest growing diseases in America. Insulin was discovered in Canada, and the patent was given to the Canadian government for free so that nobody could profit off of it. But here in America, we said, screw that. A new study shows that 80% of diabetics consider insulin to be a serious financial burden, with 4 out of 5 diabetics saying they have to purchase insulin using their credit card. 4 out of 5 Americans use their credit cards to purchase insulin, with the average balance on their credit cards from the insulin alone, $9,000. The 4 out of 5 Americans have $9,000 right now on their credit cards just from insulin alone. And as I said, this past weekend, Republicans voted down a measure that would have forced insurance companies to charge only $35 a month for insulin. Like I said, Medicare has a price cap, but not private insurance companies. Who speaks for the diabetics? Who speaks for ordinary Americans? Unfortunately, it's Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden. That's all we have. The Democrats, we got it for Medicare. We got the insulin cap for Medicare. But the Democrats, in the war against big moneyed interests, the Democrats claim they're protecting us, but they're double agents. They're spies. They're people like Michael Shapiro who work for the other side and see to it that we get just enough largesse so that we don't go running into the streets or over to the GOP. Call Chuck Schumer's office and tell him to fire his son-in-law, Michael Shapiro. A piece of shit. In my newsletter on Friday, I talked about the Inflation Reduction Act. It is sold to the American people as a way to reduce inflation. You should sign up for my newsletter. It has hyperlinks. It's a great way to win arguments. Read my newsletter. I give you statistics and I give you hyperlinks to back them up. Okay, inflation. The new inflation numbers come out on Wednesday. The big Inflation Reduction Act, right? You want to reduce inflation? It's very simple. You don't need the Inflation Reduction Act. You freeze rent, period. Freeze rent nationally. The eviction moratorium has expired. It has been called unconstitutional. Rent freezes are not unconstitutional. The president can declare a national emergency and freeze rent, and that is how you defeat inflation, a rent freeze specifically on rent, because 30% of inflation is rent. I talk about this in my newsletter. The Bureau of Labor Statistics calculates inflation, and they look at what rent costs, and 30% of how they weight inflation is rent, what people pay for rent. Other housing costs are factored into the other 2/3 of inflation, but 1/3 of inflation is rent. Is there any rent relief in the Inflation Reduction Act? If you want to tackle inflation, you tackle rent. You cannot tackle inflation unless you tackle the rising cost of rent. Rent is up 17% nationwide this year. In Austin, it's doubled. Miami's rent up 40%, up 40% in Portland, 35% in Newark, New Jersey, up 30% in Orlando, Florida, 30% in Cincinnati. Here is Professor Matthew Desmond, who runs Princeton's eviction lab.
Since 1985, rent prices have exceeded income gains by 325%. Most poor renting families today spend at least half of their income on housing costs, with 1 in 4 spending over 70% of their income on shelter costs alone. Last year, rents increased faster than they ever have on record. Nationwide, median asking rent increased by 17% in a single year, but some cities saw rent increases double that. Since last March, rents have risen 30% in Orlando, 29% in Cincinnati, 22% in Dallas. This is the inflation crisis on steroids.
This is the inflation crisis on steroids, and yet nothing about rent in the Inflation Reduction Act. 1/3 of inflation, 1/3 of it is rent. Senator Raphael Warnock from Georgia added,
"We may assume that these numbers are from high rent cities, but that's not true. It's not just high rent cities. In both Jenkins County and Taylor County, two rural counties in the southeast part of my state, 1 out of every 3 households, 1 out of 3, spends more than half their income on rent."
half their income on rent. Rent is a problem specifically for low-income Americans because half of all renters live below the poverty line, and high rent keeps them there. Let me repeat, half of all renters live below the poverty line. As Senator Warnock said, a good number of people living below the poverty line spend half their income on rent. There is a shortage of low-income housing, and landlords are now free to charge whatever they want for apartments, and they are also free to leave these apartments in disrepair. There is no rent control in America. New York, New Jersey, California, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. still have rent control laws that are somewhat enforced. But landlords now can charge people living below the poverty line, that's half of all renters, pretty much whatever they want. Here is Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown, chairman of the Banking Committee. Here he is talking about how greedy landlords exploit low-income renters. And again, 50% of people who rent live below the poverty line.
"We may assume that these numbers are from high..."
For the lowest income renters, there are just 36 units affordable and available for every 100 renters who need them. That means renters can't, as we might say, vote with their feet in the housing market because there's nowhere for them to go. This huge shortage of housing means that renters have to make do with what they've got, even if their house has dangerous lead paint in the walls, or the landlord won't fix the heat, or their bathtub's been clogged for weeks. With housing so difficult to find, renters are forced to ask themselves whether it's worth it to push for a repair from the same person who can put an eviction on their record and decide whether they have a place to sleep at night.
The Banking Committee last week held hearings on skyrocketing rent, right? While they were so busy touting the Inflation Reduction Act, nobody brought up that inflation, 30% of inflation is rent, right? Here is Republican Senator Pat Toomey. He says it's our government's fault that rents are so high. He says that we need to trust the markets.
To improve housing affordability for all Americans, whether renters or owners, we should pursue reforms that leverage the power of free enterprise to increase housing supply and make markets more competitive.
Sounds nice, but private capital doesn't want to decrease the role of government. Private capital depends on government, especially the Federal Reserve. Here's Senator Elizabeth Warren from last week's hearing.
Thanks to an investigation by the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis, we know that during the height of the pandemic, corporate landlords illegally evicted families by the
I'm sorry, that's the wrong clip. Here is, Elizabeth Warren explaining how the Federal Reserve, how the so-called free market, this is how the Federal Reserve helps landlords and punishes renters, 50% of whom live below the poverty line.
America's renters are struggling, and the Fed's interest rate hikes are making it both more expensive to build more housing and more expensive to take out a mortgage to buy a home. This could lock more families into the rental market and push rents even higher.
That's how the government helps the so-called free market. There is no free market. The Federal Reserve controls interest rates, and when they raise interest rates like they're doing now, they purposely slow up the economy, which brings down wages. Wages go down, but rents go up. That's what the Federal Reserve is doing now for landlords and the richest 1%. When you raise interest rates, you slow the economy down, so there are fewer jobs, which means wages go down. And because interest rates go up, the price of a mortgage goes up. So landlords increase rents, and they increase those rents higher than what their interest rates are. The renters are squeezed and too frightened to complain for fear of eviction. The Fed works for the wealthy. Here is Senator Sherrod Brown talking about faceless Wall Street investors gobbling up neighborhoods and destroying communities.
Wall Street investors just see opportunity. They don't see the pain, or they just don't care. More and more investors are buying up single-family homes that first-time home buyers usually buy, and renting them out at sky-high rates. 28% of homes sold at the beginning of this year went to investors. Think about that. Investors, too often from out of town, who don't care about the community and just want to make a quick buck, are buying more than a quarter of homes. Not bought by families who want to put down roots, who dream of seeing their kids grow up in that neighborhood and go to that local school. That number is up from 16% just a couple of years ago. The biggest investors with the deepest pockets, the ones who own more than 100 properties, nearly doubled their share of their purchases. Ms. Bruner has seen firsthand in Cincinnati, where a single company based in Texas bought up 29 properties in one street. In Price Hill, 29 properties on a single street. In that neighborhood, now more than half of all homes are rentals. The city's left to chase down these out-of-state landlords who are letting these homes fall apart. Families need a landlord they can talk to who lives in the community. Cities need landlords who want to actually take care of their buildings and help families stay in their homes. But big Wall Street firms promising investors double-digit yields and running up double-digit eviction rates are pricing out those who make a community home. Good landlords, renters.
Here is Senator Elizabeth Warren.
With dollar signs in their eyes, private equity, real estate investment trusts, and big corporations have gobbled up more and more of the rental market and now serve as landlords to thousands and thousands of Americans. In 2018, non-individual investors owned 26% of the rental stock, up from 18% in 2001. On a recent earnings call, executives at the private equity firm Blackstone bragged that
Blackstone, why does that sound familiar? Who works for Blackstone now? Oh, right, piece of shit. Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, works for Blackstone. Did I mention he's a piece of shit and his name is Michael Shapiro and he's Chuck Schumer's son-in-law? And he works for Blackstone now. Please continue, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Slowing housing construction, that is less supply, and higher mortgage costs, quote, provide a lot of support, end quote, for their bottom line, since, quote, people will still have to live somewhere.
50% of renters, Michael Shapiro, live below the poverty line. Go F yourself, Michael Shapiro. Well, Republican Senator Pat Toomey says the solution is the free market. It's all about competition. And it is. It is about competition. It is the federal government teaming up with landlords and private equity to compete against people who rent, half of whom live below the poverty line. Yes, I believe Republicans call that a level playing field. Here is Pat Toomey.
To improve housing affordability for all Americans, whether renters or owners, we should pursue reforms that leverage the power of free enterprise to increase housing supply and make markets more competitive.
Yeah. And here is Elizabeth Warren.
Thanks to an investigation by the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis, we know that during the height of the pandemic, corporate landlords illegally evicted families by the thousands, violating federal and state moratoriums that had been put in place to protect tenants.
See, there are laws, but when you gut the government, there's no one to enforce them. Here is Professor Desmond, once again from Princeton's Eviction Labs, testifying before the Banking Committee last week. He says the rent crisis is fueled primarily by unchecked greed, right? Remember I said that interest rates go up and landlords use higher interest rates to justify charging more? Here is Professor Desmond Morse explaining the greed.
Why have rents risen so aggressively? One possibility is that property owners' expenses have gone up, and to maintain a steady income, owners have to pass on rising housing costs to tenants in the form of higher rents. But this is not what the data show to be happening. Rather, in recent years, owners of multifamily properties have seen their rental revenues increase at a faster rate than their expenses. This has been especially true for properties located in low-income neighborhoods. The owners of these properties saw their rental revenues increase by 47% between 2012 and 2018. Their expenses during that time only increased by 14%.
Here is Senator Sherrod Brown talking about massive landlords, big landlords like Blackstone, where Michael Shapiro, Chuck Schumer's son-in-law, works. Here he is talking about massive landlords filing a massive number of illegal evictions.
Last week, the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis published a report showing that at the height of the pandemic, 4 of these massive landlords, 4, filed nearly 15,000 evictions. 4 landlords, 15,000 evictions.
Who protects the renter? Half of all renters live below the poverty line. Who protects the renter? Well, Republicans like Pat Toomey preach, just all they do is preach the free market, and the government should not make landlords angry.
But doubling down on failed liberal housing policies is not going to fix our rental housing market. Instead, it will tend to make housing more expensive.
Yes, just don't piss off the landlords. And he's right, because tenants know this. Eviction is the surest path to homelessness. Nobody wants to rent to somebody who's been evicted. Tenants know not to complain because any eviction, for whatever reason, makes you an undesirable candidate for future housing. America has the highest eviction rates in the industrialized world and the nastiest. Professor Desmond says landlords will often evict tenants even if they're only 2 months behind on rent. Okay, so the rent is too damn high. Senator Pat Toomey tells us what Republicans want you to believe. Why is the rent so damn high?
To improve housing affordability for all Americans, whether renters or owners, we should pursue reforms that leverage the power of free enterprise to increase housing supply and make markets more competitive.
Yeah, but this is the real reason we need. This is what we need to do, according to Desmond.
We need to increase the supply of affordable housing.
Here's Elizabeth Warren.
We've got to build more housing. That is the ultimate answer. We need more supply. There's no way around it. These investments are overdue.
Not a single state in the country has enough housing.
There's no question that we need more housing stock, and I support many initiatives that would do just that.
Both the private housing market and the federal government have failed to provide American families with enough affordable housing. As a result, property owners have seized the opportunity to increase rents knowing they have a captive tenant base.
Diane Yentl, president and CEO of the National Low Income Housing Coalition, says America needs to build 7 million affordable housing units. And during last week's banking hearing, she was questioned by Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Ms. Yentl, how long would you estimate that it will take for our housing supply to finally catch up to demand?
It will take years, if not more than a decade. It's a matter of this restrictive local zoning that needs to be addressed and removed, and the supply chain issues and many more issues, workforce issues to build the housing. It will take many years for us as a country to dig ourselves out of the supply hole that we created.
So we can't wave a magic wand and it won't go away next year.
That's right.
Or the year after that.
That's right.
Or the year after that. So presumably rents will continue to rise in the meantime.
They will continue to rise. Maybe they will start to come down. Even if they do, when we look back to pre-pandemic times, many of those numbers in Georgia were likely the same. So even if rents come back to where they were before the pandemic, there are 10 million households throughout the country that are paying at least half of their limited incomes on rent. So yes, they will continue to struggle.
Senator Elizabeth Warren invented the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau after the 2008 banking crisis. She was going to run it for Obama, but the GOP, because she's so good at this, blocked her appointment, so she ran for Senate. Here she is last week with a suggestion to help renters.
It's urgent that we take steps to protect renters from predatory schemes and ensure that corporate landlords at least follow the rules that are in place. And that's one reason I've proposed creating a new Tenant Protection Bureau, which would allow tenants to easily file complaints against unscrupulous landlords and to provide officials with the data they need to enforce tenant protection laws.
Republican Senator Pat Toomey.
We should avoid the temptation to adopt new so-called tenant protections or permanent rental assistance that will have negative unintended consequences, including increasing housing costs. We should phase out demand size.
Yes, he's reading from a script. That's because he's a Republican. We have to wrap it up. One of the dirty, dark secrets in New York City, and there are many, is that 60% of all those office buildings in New York City are empty. What happened? Did I lose my camera? There we go. One of the dirty, dark secrets in New York City is that 60% of all office buildings are empty. That's because of Zoom, because of the internet, because people don't need to be in an office anymore, and people don't want to be in an office. It's a waste of time, and it's less expensive for corporations if people work at home. Think of all the money corporations are saving right now on sexual harassment lawsuits. And things in motion stay in motion. We're not going back. Whether you like it or not, your home is going to be your office, but you need a home. So what do we do with all that empty office space? Who could benefit from all that empty office space? 60% of the office space in New York City is empty. Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jerry Nadler, is running for the Democratic nomination in Manhattan. And during last week's debate, he was asked about all that empty office space and how we can convince corporations and workers to once again pay a fortune for the privilege of spending 4 hours a day commuting in and out of the incredibly expensive New York City. Here is what Congressman Jerry Nadler said.
And I think we're going to find that people, because many businesses have now decided that they can have people working from home, I don't think it's going to come back entirely. And we're going to have to, and I think we're going to find that a lot of our office buildings, I think we're going to have to convert a lot of our office buildings or parts of them into housing, which will also help the housing crisis.
Yes, we're going to have to convert these, I'm wrapping it up. We have to convert these office spaces into housing. We have to convert, especially here in New York City, where 10% of New York City public school students are homeless. Forget office space. There are now more empty apartments than there are homeless people in New York City. But because of tax law written by and for the wealthy, it makes more sense to keep these apartments and these offices empty. It makes more sense to keep them empty than it does to charge market rates, which means, once again, there is no such thing as a free market. If 60% of the office space in New York City is empty, the laws of supply and demand dictate that the price of that office space should be next to nothing, but it's not. Office space is just as expensive as ever. Why? Because these buildings are owned by private equity and they write the tax codes. They don't need to rent out these offices or these apartments or these homes that they're gobbling up. They can all remain empty and they get to write the loss off on their taxes, and they create an artificial scarcity of housing. And so that means the apartments and the buildings and the homes rise in value. Their assets rise, but you don't have to pay taxes when your assets go up. You only have to pay taxes on rent, which you're not collecting. Empty homes, empty apartments, empty offices create a bigger demand for homes, apartments, and offices. It's price fixing. Blackstone doesn't rent out. So housing becomes this artificial scarcity. The value of the real estate goes up. They get tax refunds because they're losing money since they're empty. Then they borrow against the increased value of their real estate to buy up more real estate, which they leave empty and create more scarcity, more homelessness, higher rents, and higher asset prices. Your empty building is worth more today than it was yesterday because you left it empty. That's your free market, propped up by a government that not just refuses to regulate, it forks over our tax dollars and our tax subsidies to private equity, who in turn destroy neighborhoods because private equity has run out of other businesses and corporations to gut. I'm wrapping up. There are no free market solutions to homelessness, higher rent, or inflation because there is no free market, Professor Desmond.
Congress could provide much needed relief by deepening investments in housing vouchers. I urge this committee to pass the Eviction Crisis Act and the Family Stability Opportunity Vouchers Act, two bipartisan sponsored bills that would help stem the bleeding. And you can extend the emergency rental assistance, which did so much to prevent an eviction spike during the pandemic. When we boost incomes for working families through government programs or economic growth, but don't address rents, income gains are often recouped by the housing market. Studies have shown that when states raise minimum wages, landlords respond by raising the rent. The implication is that investing in affordable housing isn't only necessary to stabilize families and communities, it's also essential because the success of all other economic mobility efforts depend on it.
We need rent control. We need a rent freeze. We need to regulate the housing market. You should have to live in a city in which you own. Shelter is a human right. Blackstone, where Chuck Schumer's son-in-law works, and other private equity firms create poverty. They do not create jobs. They cut them and gut them. They create poverty, and they won't leave the poor alone because they're chasing any capital they can find. They create poverty, and then they buy up low-income housing and charge exorbitant rents because they can. And now they're buying up mobile home parks. Private equity will not leave the poor alone. The average diabetic carries $9,000 of credit card debt to pay for their insulin. In a year, that doubles, and then another year, it doubles. That's private equity. It is Blackstone that has to find money where there is none to return double-digit profits to its investors. We used to have rent control. We used to have price freezes. We need rent control and price freezes today because rent is unaffordable. Half of all renters live below the poverty line. 1/3 of inflation is rent. The single biggest driver of inflation and poverty is landlords. Make them pay their taxes. Use a stick, not a carrot, to stop them from owning a monopoly of affordable housing. Rewrite the tax code to punish people who invest in low-income housing. Professor Desmond gets the last word.
Now is not the time for inaction, for indecisiveness, or for the same old tired debates about spending. We could pay for deeper investments in housing in dozens of ways. Simply collecting unpaid federal income tax from the top 1% of households would bring in an estimated $175 billion a year. What we can no longer do is look renting families in the face. Families now living in cars and garages and attics and storage sheds in the richest country on the planet, and tell those families, you know, we'd love to help you, but we just can't afford it, because that is a lie.
You are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Subscribe to my newsletter because I really go more into depth on the relationship between housing and inflation and poverty, and it includes hyperlinks. So please sign up. Well, Pascal Robert is one of the co-hosts of the This Is Revolution podcast. Sorry to keep you waiting. I over-prepared today. Can you turn your video on?
It says it cannot because you have me frozen.
Oh, Dan.
David, my internet turned off a little while ago, so I lost hosting. If you make me host again, I'll take care of it.
Sorry about that. This is August. We're running on bare bones. Some people are taking time off. Imagine that, wanting a vacation.
Holiday season.
I mean, Jesus, in the middle of August, who takes vacations in August? Are you there? Can you turn your video on?
I think
Yep, you should be good now, Pascal.
I just turned it on, but I don't see myself. Can you see me?
No, I can't see you. It's going to be one of those shows. Is that the way it's? Let me try it again. It's one of those shows. Well, your thoughts on the Inflation Reduction Act and
first of all, I want to tell you, David, you've just done yeoman's work in exposing the collusion between finance capital and the governing infrastructure in this country by demonstrating, first of all, that Chuck Schumer and his son-in-law working for Blackstone and how he's leveraging his position as a former administrative official dealing with infrastructure and turning that into a profiteering racket for him to go and get a job with Blackstone. I'm inspired to write a piece exposing that in and of itself, because that's just an important piece of reporting and just demonstrating how our political administration in this country is completely works at the behest of finance capital, and the fact that we have private equity now in large scale numbers buying up housing stock in a country in which 50% of the people who rent live below the poverty line. And we already have a shortage of affordable housing in this country to the point where we need to build 7 million housing units of affordable housing just to be on par with the population. And people wonder why I'm someone who challenges the institution of capitalism, because our capitalist economy is crushing the life out of our citizens because they are beholden to people who don't care. When you can have Toomey sit there talking about we should leave the system beholden to the market and that should be okay and everything will be all right. It's egregious and just beyond words. And I want to thank you for the service that you just did in exposing these facts, because I think that it's very important for people to understand in a practical way how the forces of economic concentration of wealth have captured governance in this country bipartisanly.
Well, first of all, let me take a personal privilege here to thank you. I feel guilty keeping you waiting 10 minutes. So I want to apologize for, I know how busy you are, so I apologize for keeping you waiting for 10 minutes, but to keep you waiting 10 minutes and then get praise from you Thank you. I really, coming from you, it means a lot to my nasty ego, which is pretty, well, so if people know, can something be done? If the American people knew this, there were hearings, you know, I didn't really do that much research. I watched Sherrod Brown's hearings last week and did a little reading about inflation and how it's measured. If people knew this, would it change anything? If everybody knew this, would it change anything?
I don't think just knowing is enough. I think that we have to create a political environment where oppositional politics becomes in fashion. What that means is that we have to create a political environment where simply knowing these facts is not enough, but creating the space where citizens can put pressure on our governing institutions by either lobbying our congressmen or going to the physical spaces of governance and making demands or creating actual mechanisms where we have public forums in which citizens get together and find ways to leverage demands upon our governing institutions. There has to be a way of, we don't have a political culture of opposition in this country in terms of opposing these day-to-day status quo activities. And I think that we need to develop that. And that's the only way we're going to find a way to challenge that. And one of the things that I think that is one of the best ways that has happened to do that is awakening a new political spirit. And not to sound cliche, I think that that's one of the things the Bernie Sanders campaign did. I think that Bernie awakened a new political spirit, whether you want to call it socialism or not. He created a political zeitgeist in which people were using a rhetoric around economic justice and equality and fairness and challenging economic wealth distribution upward to try to get people to understand that there's a need to challenge the way in which the status quo works in this country. And I think there was definitely value to that, but there needs to be a continuation of that energy, and that zeitgeist needs to be carried through so that we can actually find ways to have senators and congressmen address the needs and the demands of the body politic. Because what we're seeing now is that we have the Republicans are the evil, horrible fascists, but no one is saying, well, the Democrats will sell you out as well. And how do we fight both factions to try to get some economic justice and parity for the American people?
Right. So if you're a democratic socialist, that means, let me see if I got this straight. A social democrat is somebody who believes you can still work within the framework of capitalism to improve the lives of others.
Right.
And a democratic socialist is somebody who says, not quite communist, but you got to get rid of
You have to have a way in which citizens, working people, control the means of production in a way in which they can directly benefit from their actual contribution to labor and own shares of their workspaces, participate directly in the way in which the profit and revenue from this system actually is generated and is not concentrated exclusively in the 1% within a democratically elected electoral process.
Right. So I would assume that somebody like Sherrod Brown fancies himself as a social democrat. He wasn't too keen on Medicare for all, but he would be somebody who thinks you
right.
can.
Well, I mean, listen, let's make some clear statements off the bat. We live in the center of the most capitalist economy in the world, being the United States. This is the center of global capitalism, the center of global finance capitalism. It's going to be very difficult to get the political infrastructure, the social infrastructure, and the ideological superstructure that governs the overall thinking of Americans to challenge capitalism as the means of an economic paradigm that we have in this country, because everything from the way we see our media, from the entertainment that we have, tells us that capitalism is not only the norm, but it's good. So I don't expect Sherrod Brown, and I don't think it's shocking to me. It's not going to be shocking to me that when I say, yes, I'm a socialist, and I have no problem being a socialist, he's going to be a bit, blinded by that and saying, well, I don't know if I want to go that far. But what I'm saying is that it's going to take having some people with the economic vision to be either socialist or even communist or even anarchist or whatever, to push the status quo far enough to at least make the quality of life in this America humane, so that we can at least have social democracy. I would like a little social democracy would go a long way in America compared to where we've been for the 50-plus year counter-revolution, starting with Nixon, going on from Carter up until Reagan, where we basically surrendered to this new form of capitalism called neoliberalism, which hyper-marketized everything, created these public-private partnerships, and gutted the public thoroughfares in a way in which they had been able to subsidize a quality of life for most Americans from the World War II era, at least until the early 70s.
It's interesting. The truth is there. It's on C-SPAN. You can watch these hearings, and you will hear people like Elizabeth Warren, who I was really mad at her with Bernie. It's unforgivable, but she is a voice for reigning in Wall Street. It doesn't get reported. I was plowing through why 60% of office buildings in New York City are empty, but the rent is still exorbitant. And it's a shell game that they play with our tax code. And as long as Rachel Maddow and CNN and the New York Times does a pretty good job talking about this, but not enough people read it. If Americans understood, if the American people were told these houses, that it's not a free market, that it's the tax code written in such a way that it increases assets if the landlord leaves it empty. Your assets go up because it's an artificial scarcity, and you get a tax write-off on not renting this place out. The tax code is designed to create unaffordable rent and homelessness.
Well, I mean, understand there is a benefit. Precarity breeds profit, because when you have a shortages, it creates a profit margin for those at the top who provide the service. So there is a desire to keep a certain fixed number of people in a space of precarity. And also, the last thing our capitalist system wants is full employment. They don't want to house everyone. They don't want to have everyone have a job. You know why? Because what is the thing that they're afraid of? The I word, inflation. The last thing we don't want to have is an inflationary economy. I love it when you said, "What you want to stop inflation? Freeze rent." You know what would happen if you told these capitalists that you want to freeze rent in this country? They would hang you in this place, man.
Instead, they allow the maestro, Jerome Powell, to fiddle with interest rates.
But this is the thing. Who does Jerome Powell work for? The Federal Reserve is a consortium, is a public-private partnership that is owned by a consortium of banks. He represents the banking interests of the banking institutions. Jerome Powell is not looking out for the working man or the working woman.
We have allowed this country to completely steamroll the 99%. And they've done it by making us, among other things, incredibly stupid and susceptible to propaganda. And it's almost as though somebody, during the time of the Powell memo, figured out a way to make this country stupid enough to go along with this, because only a stupid people would allow this. I understand hatred and greed, that, but to be this stupid about your own best interests, it has to be calculated. They have to factor in the propaganda to keep us.
Well, there's part of the propaganda that tells people that their suffering or their poverty or their miseration is because of their own moral failings. We have developed this kind of ridiculous kind of Protestant work ethic nonsense that tells people that their immiseration in a capitalist system that is predicated by their suffering is because of their own quote unquote cultural failings. And Americans buy into this kind of nonsense. So it's not only also the amount of ignorance, it's also about a propaganda. You are right by using that term that politicizes people to buy into this thing. And most Americans see themselves as unintended consequences of not yet being a millionaire, as opposed to people who are being exploited by an economic system that's pauperizing them. Because the media, whether the Sunday football game, the baseball game, the basketball game, the movies, the pop culture, the Netflix, you got cheap pop culture, cheap entertainment, cheap fast food. So what is it going to do? It's not going to breed critical thinking to challenge the system, David. It's going to breed people into believing that they're cattle, that there's nothing they can do. They just got to follow along and hope one day they can get a ticket to a concert where they can just sleep their mind away and not have to worry about the problems that they're dealing with every day.
Yeah, like a $5,000 ticket to go see Bruce Springsteen sing about the plight of migrant workers.
Yeah, exactly.
But Bruce Springsteen can't seem to make it out to the Amazon warehouse and support Christian Smalls.
No.
That he doesn't have time for. Or, somebody said, well, he gives to at his concerts, he leaves out cans for the homeless. Yeah, that's more than I do. But cans for the homeless, that helps. But what would also help the homeless is union jobs.
Exactly. We had a great show about that the other day. We had a great guest, Paul Prescott, who ran for elected office in Pennsylvania, talking about how the shift away from union jobs, contrary to this image of the working class guy being a white male, it's disadvantages Black working class people as well. Working class people are a multiracial coalition in this country. This notion that the working class is some white guy in a hard hat is one of the most demonic tricks that these racists have made, and denies people realizing, listen, NAFTA and GATT affected Black and brown people as well, and that stuff was not a good move at all. And we really got to find a way to create stable working class jobs in this country again, if we're ever going to get out of this trend of really demoralizing Americans with the way our economy functions in this society.
Right. We're talking with Pascal Robert. We're running 10 minutes behind. He is the host with Jason Miles of the This Is Revolution podcast. Everybody should download it and watch it. You're from Haiti.
My parents are from Haiti. I was born in the United States. So.
Yeah. And there's no government there.
No, not at the current moment, no.
And Joe Biden is making things worse in Haiti by, I think he flew something like 50,000.
Yes, that's correct. Ever since the assassination of the president, it's close to, since the assassination, it's been 26,000, but it's over 50,000 overall. Yes, he's deporting citizens to the country, in a country that's already politically destabilized, because after the assassination, there has not yet been an election to put in a stable government, and we have basically marauding gangs that are governing over the capital of the country. So there's no security, no stability. It's kind of a war zone, and he's contributing to the situation by making it worse by deporting more and more people to the country instead of giving them some kind of temporary housing status in the United States. So it's kind of a nightmarish situation.
Children are being deported back.
Babies, infants.
Babies being sent back.
I guess you read the Washington Post story. There was a Washington Post.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and I wanted to talk to you about that. You're a lawyer. I don't think you're an immigration.
No, I don't do immigration.
Immigration law. There is no need, as I understand it, to put immigrants, asylum seekers in detention facilities. It is my understanding in international law, it is against the law to take someone seeking asylum and put them in a detention center. You'll see 6 million Ukrainians throughout even Hungary, Poland. These are some right-wing countries. They're not keeping them in detention centers. Granted, they're white. Ukrainians, for the most part, are white. They haven't been too kind.
That might be a factor.
Well, yeah, I've read that Poland and Hungary are not too keen on accepting African exchange students in Ukraine who had to flee. So explain to me how much race plays into the...
Well, I think that the bottom line is that there's a perception that people who are coming from the darker parts of the world are generally poorer. And there's an economic consequence to having imperialism internationally siphon off so much wealth from these developing and third world countries going to these imperialist countries in Europe and the Western United States so many years, where they know they are so destabilized that they can no longer provide for the citizens in their own country. And the more economically stabilized, wealthier countries realize that and look at them as paupers and don't want to incorporate them into their land. And as a result, because they come not just simply because their skin is dark, but their dark skin is equated with a quality of life that is considered and viewed to be unpleasant in the eyes of those European countries who don't want them, or Western countries like the US who don't want them there anymore. But what is ironic is that those same Western powers don't calculate how much their policies have helped facilitate the pauperization of those Black and brown countries that are now coming to their shores looking for a safe haven.
Right. When you look at the threat, there isn't a threat of an authoritarian kleptocracy coming to America. We're there. The question is, will the authoritarian kleptocracy get worse? Hungary is an authoritarian kleptocracy. It can get more authoritarian and more kleptocratic.
By the way, shout out to Viktor Orban coming to CPAC to give a speech. You heard about that?
Yeah, I played some clips from him.
What does that tell you, Dave? What does that say to you?
Well, what I noticed, I isolated all the times he said Hungary was a Christian nation, and all the times I didn't have time to play it, but he must have referred to Hungary as a Christian nation with Judeo-Christian values. And I thought, well, I'll play you the one clip that has got, it's just 10 seconds. This is what got so much play, I think, on the internet.
Don't worry, a Christian politician cannot be racist.
Wow. A Christian politician cannot be racist. So if you call yourself a Christian, which Tucker Carlson does, which Laura Ingraham does, which Josh Hawley does, and Ted Cruz, you're absolved of any racism.
That's absurd. They were Christians in the Ku Klux Klan.
Right. I think the cross was the giveaway, right? The burning cross was the give. Might have been the giveaway. What is the role that the danger of melding religion and racism? What is the and we have obviously.
Well, I mean, I think we've seen it before throughout history. It's the perfect breeding ground for fascism, because you're taking an idea that's based on faith, divorced from science and reason, and using racialized notions of identity and fusing them together to try to create a political ideology. And the direct consequence of that is going to be something that's going to be kind of fascistic in result.
The true believers at CPAC, they think America is a Christian nation. They're able to lure some stupid Jews by calling it occasionally a Judeo-Christian nation. You get the stupid Jews on board that, and to the exclusion of Muslims, Buddhists, atheists, and atheists.
It is so disturbing to me. I did a piece for my episode of This is Revolution, the Mau Mau Hour, which is my one show, talking about, Christian nationalism. And why can't we get the Black church in America, which has been known to be the bastion of oppositional politics to racial antagonism, going back to the civil rights movement? Why can't we get more of these folks to challenge these Christian nationalists on their religious terms? I would like to see more of the Black church traditionally, instead of trying to hawk prosperity gospels, we get more interested in trying to challenge, these Christian nationalists, because this, when I see someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene say this is a Christian, she's a Christian, and this is a Christian country, and that Republicans should embrace Christian nationalism, that's disturbing to me. Regardless of how much of a sideshow freak she might be politically, the fact that this woman is a United States Congresswoman, she has a following.
How popular is Christianity? Isn't it declining?
It's been going down in the current millennial generations, even in the Black community. Less than 50% of Americans for the first time consider themselves regularly church attending or adherents to Christians. I think we had all kinds of polling data. Pew had some recent polling data on the issue as well.
Right. And what percentage of this country is Christian? And isn't there a difference between a Christian and a Catholic, right?
25% of the population in this country that is religious is Catholic. I know that.
Right. And Catholics are different from Christians. Amy Coney.
Catholics are a form of Christianity, but they are a different form of Christianity than Protestants.
Right. Catholics feel you have to do good work on this earth in order to make it to heaven, whereas Christians, especially evangelicals, say it's impossible to do any good work.
Well,
you just have to accept Jesus.
I'm not a specialist on theology of Protestantism or its various iterations, so I will reserve that for those who are more well versed. But I find that the popularity of our politics being determined in these religious framings to be overall problematic, regardless of the tenet of that the person is ascribing to.
Right. Raphael Warnock speaks from the same pulpit that Dr. King spoke from.
That is correct. Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta.
He's a little problematic, isn't he? He talks a lot about tax cuts for the working class.
He's a quintessential member of the Black political class, which unfortunately has rendered itself to be part of the Democratic Party. You have Greg Meeks, you have, the traditional, they use race as a shield to protect the interests of corporate forces, just like most other corporate Democrats. At the same time, they play the game of trying to seem like they're interested in the interests of their Black constituents. So unfortunately, this is where Black politics has been relegated to in the contemporary American society.
Right. We've been talking with Pascal Robert. He's the co-host with Jason Miles of the This Is Revolution podcast. Who are your guests this week? Tell us about the big shows you're playing.
We have tomorrow, we're going to have a show talking about the New Deal and the FDR and the racial implications of the New Deal with an academic and a writer. And then Thursday, we're going to have our regular Thursday roundup.
Fantastic. How do people follow you and get in touch?
Go on YouTube, go This Is Revolution Podcast, all your relevant podcast apps. You can find This Is Revolution Podcast as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Pascal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem.
It's great to see. Well, I didn't get to see you, but it's great to hear your voice.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please go to my website, and while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. The recent newsletter is pretty good. It's about the eviction crisis in America, and it has some incredible hyperlinks where if you want to argue, I give you the ammunition. This is something I feel very passionate about. Coming up, Grace Jackson will be joining us to talk about Taiwan and Pelosi. And then at 7:30, we have John Ross, who I think is going to do Stump the Hump, but he doesn't know it, Dan. Let us go, Jonathan, Professor Bick, while we're waiting for Grace Jackson to arrive, why don't you tell us how the community at Office Hours and Hours performed? I think we have some good news. We have a member of our community who needed some money. This person had a medical emergency. Can you unmute Professor Bick? Oh, there you go.
Hi, David.
Hi. How did we do this weekend?
We did very well. We have.
Before you do it, hang on. I want to do the timpani. Hang on before. So, how much were you trying to raise for the member of our community?
We are trying to raise $2,000.
$2,000, and this past office hours was dedicated to raising money for this important member of our community. All members of the community are important. And how much, hang on. How much did we raise?
We raised $1,800 and $1,866, I believe.
Okay, and let me give a little. And now how much have we raised?
$1,866.05.
You know what? Hey, you know what? I'm feeling generous. How much have we raised now?
$1,866.10.
Now, you know what? I'm going to get, I don't know. Maybe it was Pascal complimenting me. I'm being overcome. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to do it. And I hope I'm setting an example for our listeners. All right. I just gave a lot of money.
Yeah. You are an inspiration, dude.
Thank you. How much now? How much have we raised?
$1,866.15.
You know what? I will keep doing this to torture the listeners until we get to $2,000. Okay, that's great news. Let's put the link in the chat room if we can, and we could put it in the YouTube chat room. There's Grace Jackson.
Yes, I'll put it in the chat, the Zoom chat. If somebody could put it in the YouTube chat, that would be great. And yes, please give. We want to get to our goal. Maybe you could be the one to put us over the top.
Well, I can't put us over the top, but...
Well, not you. I'm talking to the audience.
That's just to impress Grace. And what does it bring it up to now?
David, we have raised $18.66.20.
And a lot of that in the past half hour is just, that's mostly me, right?
Yes, in the last half hour, I think it was 100% you.
And you know what today is, Grace? Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. It is August 8th, and it is the anniversary of this famous speech.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office.
That would be President Nixon resigning. Grace Jackson is an expert, and she's coming to us from Vermont. She is the co-host of literary hangover, and you're in Bernie country. Have you found Bernie yet? I hear he hangs out on steps.
Well, I just went to the co-op, but Bernie wasn't there refilling his millet supply. So I'm disappointed, but I'm going to keep going back and hope for an encounter.
You're in the United States for a couple of weeks, and you're going to be coming to New York when?
That's right. I think possibly next week.
Great. Well,
I will have to, we'll have to put something in the calendar.
that will be great. I'm looking forward to that. Before
David,
we talk,
by the way, some people in the chat are trying to get your attention with apparently Trump, Mar-a-Lago is being raided by the feds.
no.
Yep.
No. Oh, hang on for 1 second. What a great night. Hang on. Hang on. Let me just see. Oh, thank you for that. Hang on. Mar-a-Lago is being, let's see. The New York Times is not saying.
Bloomberg has it.
Who has it?
Bloomberg. Lane just posted a link. Former President Trump says FBI agents raiding Mar-a-Lago.
Wow.
Currently under siege, raided, and occupied by a large group of FBI agents.
I actually have the sound of this. All right, sorry about that. If I don't see it in the New York Times, it hasn't happened. We're running 10 minutes behind. We will get to everybody. I apologize. So let's talk about, first of all, I didn't know you spoke Chinese.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
You have a pained look on your face.
I feel like you're about to ask me to speak said language.
No.
Okay.
It is especially difficult for English speakers to learn Chinese because English is so hard to learn.
Well, I would say as a speaker of the Queen's English, it's doubly hard because Chinese or Mandarin is a tonal language, very melodic, quite musical. And as you can tell from my appearances on this show, we tend to speak in monotone across the pond.
Right.
So I had to learn to actually inflect, my voice, which is it was a challenge. But once you get past the tones, it's actually not too hard. There's very little grammar in Mandarin. So,
Lane teaches a class with, is it Berlitz, to teach British people how to add intonation to I have a clip of Lane's language class. And
young man, get the fuck up, you lazy bastard.
That's Lane teaching British people how to have a little intonation.
Yeah, I need to take that class. I really do. I'm going to do my best tonight, but I wanted to come on just to sort of talk about what happened with Pelosi and her visit to Taiwan.
Please.
And I kind of divided my thoughts into 3 sections: what happened, what didn't happen, and what's going to happen.
Okay. So what happened?
Well, she visited. She indeed landed in Taipei. She spent about, I think, not even 24 hours there. She met the president. She received a special honor from the president called the Order of Propitious Clouds. And she visited one of the National Human Rights Museums in Taipei, which is a very interesting place, actually, a former detention facility that was used to imprison political prisoners during the White Terror period, so during martial law under Chiang Kai-shek, back when Chiang Kai-shek was still entertaining fantasies about taking back the mainland and finally winning the civil war with the communists. And she took one other meeting, which I'll get to later.
Okay.
Some people protested her visit. a lot of people came out to support her and kind of express thanks to her for visiting. There was some polling that suggested about 2/3 of Taiwanese people thought the visit would be, quote, destabilizing, which is not quite the same thing as saying they thought she shouldn't come. I think, on issues like this, two things can be true at once. And I think many Taiwanese people were kind of glad for some recognition, even if they might have been a little bit intimidated at the same time. So what else happened? Well, China waited until Pelosi left to begin their military exercises, and I believe they announced them roughly when she arrived in Taiwan. And these were obviously a response to her visit, but they're also not without precedent. But this time the exercises, they got closer to Taiwan, and they lasted longer than the ones in '95, which I talked about last time during the Third Strait crisis. I'm not in any way a military expert, and so I'm not going to pretend to know or be able to pass the difference between, the capabilities of the PLA in '95 and those of today. I'm sure that they are much more advanced. But just to say that, I personally didn't find them surprising as such. So China also has halted talks with the US on climate change. It's suspended dialogue between the US military and the Chinese military, and it banned some products from like 100 Taiwanese food manufacturers. And it also stopped exporting natural sand to Taiwan. Again, I'll get to that later, the reason why that's important.
Natural sand.
Yes. Strange. Can you guess why?
To build an island?
Not quite. It's a funny one. I'll tell you soon.
Okay.
So Beijing also put some sanctions on Pelosi and the other members of her delegation. So that's what happened, basically. What didn't happen? Beijing did not fly jets close to Pelosi's plane. It didn't prevent her from landing in Taiwan. There were a lot of people who were worried about that. There were some rumors that had possibly come from a leak on the Chinese side that was going to happen.
Can she go in through the back door?
She didn't fly over any Chinese airspace. So she flew from the direction of the Philippines, I believe, to totally avoid China. And she landed at Songshan Airport, which is more like the local airport. It's not the international airport in Taipei. And during their military exercises, Beijing did not fly any planes over Taiwan. They sent missiles way high up over Taiwan, but they didn't fly planes. And they didn't hit Taiwan where it would hurt the most in terms of economic sanctions. That is to say, they did not ban the import of semiconductors from Taiwan. And that gets us to the meeting the third meeting Pelosi had in Taiwan. It was very interesting. It was with the chairman of the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, also known as TSMC. And we all know, I think most people are familiar with the fact that one of Taiwan's major exports and kind of contributions to the global economy is semiconductors, particularly the super advanced kinds of semiconductors that end up in advanced weapons systems, medical equipment, iPhones. And Taiwanese chip makers actually account for about 60% of the global market share of semiconductors.
Really?
Which is huge, huge.
Because the CHIP Act, this new industrial policy that we passed, was sold to us as a way to combat China. I thought mainland China's influence on our
yes, it does indeed do that, but it does so by way of Taiwan. You could say, I'll get to that. That's kind of what I want to talk about is this issue of semiconductors, the CHIPS Act, and how this kind of plays into the US-China trade war, cross-strait relations, all of this stuff is at play. So just a bit of context for this. Taiwan's economy is actually experiencing the biggest boom it's had since the kind of Asian tiger years. It's doing very well, and this is largely due to semiconductor demand, especially after COVID. There is huge demand. And obviously this one company, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the really irreplaceable one. So I said Taiwan accounts for about 60% of global market share in semiconductors, but this one company produces about 90% of the world's advanced semiconductor chips. And the US is actually its largest market, accounting for more than 60% of its total sales. Apple alone, about a quarter of that. Now, China also does business with this company. China accounts for about 10% of its sales. Now that this Taiwanese company is not allowed to sell to Huawei, the China telecommunications giant, due to a Trump administration rule. Remember back when Trump was talking a lot about Huawei, it was seen as a security risk. But China and this company, the TSMC, they still kind of need each other. And China is the largest consumer of semiconductors for unfinished goods, because a lot of the goods actually get assembled in China using chips from Taiwan. So this company, TSMC, they're looking at the world, they're seeing cross-strait tensions rising, US-China tensions rising, and they're preparing for the worst. If war broke out across the Taiwan Strait, it would be absolutely devastating for their business and for the global economy at large, basically. So it's beginning to expand beyond Taiwan. Notably, it's building a $12 billion plant in Arizona and a $9 billion plant in Japan. And it also has some plants in China and obviously in Taiwan. Now, if TSMC has been lobbying for the CHIPS Act, because if it builds that plant in Arizona, it will benefit from that money, the $52 billion or something that's going to subsidize chip manufacturing in the US. So yeah, effectively, I mean, you could say that that bill is designed to kind of shore up US supply chains against China, but it's kind of doing so by bringing in this Taiwanese company. I think Samsung, a Korean company, is also going to be a beneficiary of it.
As long as they do it here in America.
Right, as long as it's on American soil. So yeah, Nancy, she met the chairman of this company on a visit to Taiwan, and they will have discussed this at their meeting. Of course, the act had already passed. TSMC had been lobbying for it, and just after the news of their meeting was made public, TSMC's stock price jumped a little bit, 2%, but still, it was very interesting how this visit was kind of both, very politically salient, but also had this kind of economic power to it as well. And incidentally, Beijing, the reason it banned sand, export of sand to Taiwan, is that natural sand is actually used in chip manufacturing. But Taiwan only gets 3% of its sand from China. So it wasn't, it's not going to do very much. So that's a kind of roundabout summation. A couple of other things to note. I think that going forward, you're going to see more politicians, more lawmakers visiting Taiwan. I imagine if, Kevin McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House in November, he's going to want to visit Taiwan just to kind of match Pelosi. There's already talk in the UK Parliament of a visit of MPs to Taiwan next year. There's a few different bills making their way through the House at the moment, or through the Senate. There's one called the Taiwan Policy Act, proposed by Lindsey Graham and Bob Menendez, that would provide lots more money for defense assistance to Taiwan in the next 4 years. And it would rename the the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office, quite a mouthful. That's Taiwan's kind of de facto embassy in Washington, D.C. They would rename that the Taiwan Representative Office. And of course, the word Taiwan in any official context is a real trigger to Beijing. Another couple things to watch for: the 20th Party Congress, as I've said, that's probably going to happen in China in October or November. This is when Xi Jinping will get his third term, his unprecedented third term. So he obviously doesn't want to look weak in the run-up to this quite significant milestone. And I think more broadly that the response to this visit and what China sees as the kind of hollowing out of the one China policy, it's not just going to be these military exercises. It's not kind of one and done. I think it's an unfolding kind of iterative process, and it will probably last through 2024 when Taiwan will have presidential elections. In 95, the cross-strait crisis of that period was kind of partly triggered by the fact Taiwan was about to have a very important election, its first direct presidential election. And I think, in a way, Beijing will be looking to perhaps make the case more or less coercively to Taiwanese people that, they want to kind of attract them, use their soft power to attract them and to make unification seem like a less scary prospect. Now, I'm not sure. I don't know if it might be a little late for that, but I think that's what they might be thinking.
Is Taiwan, everybody is for Nancy's trip. Nobody has opposed it. That, at least no politicians that I know of.
In the US, you mean? I think Mitt Romney said something about it.
Well, he also voted against Jon Stewart's PACT bill.
Yeah.
Mitt Romney, the draft dodger, didn't want to give money to Iraqi war vets. So we're told we have to protect democracy. Is Taiwan the democracy we're told it is?
I think Taiwan is a very mature democracy. I think, just to pick a random example, I think compared to a place like Ukraine, for example, Taiwan is an extraordinarily mature democracy. It's now, whether that means that we have to defend it or indeed kind of make these kinds of shows of support for it, I'm not sure. But it's certainly impressive, I think, what the Taiwanese people have been able to achieve, albeit, I'm not going to sugarcoat this, under the wing of the US. Taiwan did benefit from this idea of Pax Americana, the kind of post-war order that allowed Taiwan to thrive. There are lots of other reasons why it has thrived as well. But I would suggest that it's not overhyped, Taiwanese democracy. It's real.
And bilateral trade with China. Foxconn has factories in China, but it's a company that's headquartered in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Not the best company in the world, if not one of the worst. But Taiwan does a lot of business with China. Thomas Friedman says no two countries with McDonald's ever go to war with one another. He said that, 20 years ago. The fact that Taiwan and China have so much bilateral trade, would she want to jeopardize that?
I think right now Xi Jinping, top of his list of priorities is to move China up the industry value, the supply chain, to kind of shore up the Chinese economy against basically decoupling with the US. So this is very high on his agenda right now. Interestingly, you mentioned Foxconn. yeah, Foxconn is a Taiwanese company with huge operations in mainland China. It assembles iPhones using chips from the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company that then get shipped to the US, sold in the US. Foxconn is diversifying. It's just, I think it's either just opened or it's about to open factories in India, where, and I think some in Vietnam as well, you know, in an effort to essentially get on the right side of this US-China trade war. It does seem like these big companies are going to have to pick a side. And I think by meeting with Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, the chairman of TSMC has firmly picked the US. Jeep just closed its last remaining factory in China to talk about decoupling, citing meddling from the Chinese government. But I think Jeep was one of the first big companies to go into China in the 80s. And so that's really quite significant. So I think what you're seeing is a kind of slow motion decoupling of these two economies. And, you know, certain companies caught in the middle are going to have to make decisions.
Is the decoupling primarily because China has gotten too successful? Do we really care about human rights and the Uyghurs and the plight of Hong Kong and Tibet? Aren't we purposely trying to create, or America, don't we want instability in the world just to make sure we're the top dog?
I mean, quite possibly.
Well, what is the problem with China? From a cynical...
I think it's great power politics, right? It's just you know, this power is rising. The US is the kind of incumbent hegemon in the world. And the US feels the need to kind of counter that. And I think there's also a lot of, you know, there's more nefarious kind of interpretations of that as well, which I might well subscribe to. But I think on a basic level, this is about kind of balancing against China. But the problem is that if we want to do that, or if the West wants to do that, China is a government with many more, I would say, policy options at its disposal to kind of counter another society or another, what it perceives as a threat. Like China can take what it calls a full spectrum approach to this in a way that, and just by virtue of the kind of government that China is, the amount of power that it has, I think, you know, when you have this messy, rowdy democracy in the US, it's going to be tricky. So I'm not sure where it ends. I certainly don't think that you know, full-scale war is on the way anytime soon, but I think it's potentially something that's, you know, on the horizon and people are talking it up, and there's always a danger when people talk it up that it could just be yeah.
So America, we fancy ourselves, you know, indispensable. How much of China's success is because of American investment?
How much of China's,
well, we buy the stuff they make and we ship so many of our manufacturing jobs there.
Yeah.
We've played a significant role in the rise of China.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think not only the US, but Japan,
and
even
the EU,
right. Even Taiwan. There's a book that's just come out about this, about Taiwanese investment into China in the 70s and 80s, back when Taiwan was booming. That was also a huge propellant of China's rise. Japan in the 1980s, the same. And of course, the US. I think the US and China they still need each other.
So with the one China policy, how much of this is a dance between Taiwan and China? Because it doesn't sound like Taiwan and China are mortal enemies if Taiwan is investing in China. Sounds like they cooperate pretty well.
They have done historically. I'm not sure that is going to be the case going forward if Taiwan can help it. But certainly historically, the ties between Taiwan and China are undeniable. But I think that the more threatened Taiwanese people feel by China, the less compliant they are going to be with China's wishes. And I think that, like I said, I was trying to say just before, I don't know if I said it right, but I think now what China will need to do more of is kind of winning what we would call the hearts and minds of the Taiwanese people, if that's even possible. But I think kind of saber rattling and, coercion and threats, it's just not going to work on a people who have essentially fought for their own democracy in the 1980s and won it and reaped the benefits.
So the president of China, her last name is Wen.
No, Tsai.
Well, I see it as Tsai Ing-wen.
Yeah, Chinese names, the surname comes first, and then the two syllables after are usually the first name. So she's called Ing-wen.
I see.
Her first name. But yeah, President Tsai.
Okay. Do presidents and parties differ on their relationship, how they want the relationship to go with China? Is she conciliatory? Did she run, as I understand it, she's not conciliatory towards China?
She wants a peaceful relationship with China. She's certainly not, I would argue she's not particularly antagonistic towards China. Some would debate me on that, I'm sure. But she essentially wants a kind of respectful, cordial status quo. Her party, the DPP, are associated with the independence movement, but she is not about to declare Taiwanese independence. I mean, they certainly lean that way.
Are there any revanchists, anybody who live in Taiwan? And I don't even know if...
Absolutely, there are. Yep. And those are the people who were photographed protesting Pelosi's visit. There are people in Taiwan who yearn to be part of the mainland. Now, according to polls, they account for about 5% of the population, perhaps even less these days. I would have to check that. But there is a small minority of people who identify very strongly with the mainland. And then there's
are they descendants of Chiang Kai-shek, or are they descendants? Are they the original?
I'm not sure exactly if it's a kind of ethnicity identification. It needn't be, because so many people, most people in Taiwan are descendants of someone in the mainland, whether those people came over in the 17th century or in 1947 with Chiang Kai-shek. And I think the interesting thing is a lot of the people who came over in the 40s with Chiang Kai-shek, initially they may have been very nostalgic for the mainland and quite pro-unification. These days, their children and their children's children are identifying increasingly with Taiwan. And Taiwanese nationalism is a really significant force in Taiwanese society, regardless of who your ancestors are. So in that respect, it's a much more of a kind of sort of civic definition of identity. It's about kind of participation in society, voting, and democracy. That is kind of how most Taiwanese people would articulate their identities. And it's usually in direct opposition to the political system of the PRC.
Right. Great job. Grace Jackson is the co-host of Literary Hangover, and she is visiting Vermont right now. And come back next week. And we should really be talking about China every week. It's
China Watch. Yeah, it's important. Thanks for having me on to talk about.
Thank you. And how do people follow you on Twitter? Grace Jackson.
Oh, yeah, I'm Grace Jackson on Twitter. Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Let us now go. We're running 10 minutes. Oh, hang on. We're running 10 minutes behind schedule, but we'll get to everybody. Joining us from Deerfield, Massachusetts is an old friend of mine, John Ross, gentleman farmer, comedy writer. I think we're going to surprise you a little later on with Stump the Humps.
Well, I'm going to surprise you by telling you that I'm going to get you back on schedule. This is going to be a 15-minute segment. I was not maybe exactly following the CDC guidelines. I fucked a monkey. So they weren't, the website's not entirely clear. No, that's not true. But I think I have COVID. I've so far tested negative, but my daughter was in Paris in France for 10 days and flew through Iceland and picked her up from the airport, and a 2.5-hour drive home in the car with the windows rolled up. And when she got home, she tested positive. No symptoms, but I don't see how it's really possible that I could have been in the car with her for 2.5 hours. And I'm not feeling 100%.
Well, but that's just,
anyway.
hang on. You're fully vaccinated?
Fully vaccinated, sir.
You have all 4 shots?
4.
4 shots.
4.
Is it possible that the shots work and they did what they're supposed to do? And
I'm certainly not going to get hospitalized, but I think I'm hot. I think I'm running a little bit of fever. I feel like a little tickle in my throat, but who cares about that? Nobody cares about that.
Yes, they do. But what about the fact that you're probably a bit of a hypochondriac and you're
I'm not at all a hypochondriac.
Oh, come on. You drive with your daughter. She has COVID. So you immediately think, I must. Who wouldn't think that way? I'm beginning to think I'm getting it from you.
Well, I would love to
give it to me.
Give you monkeypox. So let me just tell you what's going on for me.
Good news.
Big change. Well, I think you're familiar with the investment philosophy advice, probably popularized by Warren Buffett, but I think basically, what is it when everyone is greedy, you be scared, and when everyone's scared, you be greedy. Basically a contrarian kind of position. Well, the political equivalent of that, I have just become a huge Trump supporter. I'm going to the next rally. I am buying the flags and the shirts, and I'm giving him money. In fact, this is now going to be a pledge a segment. And I would like people to send me money, which I'm going to send directly to Donald.
Well, he needs it. Apparently, I'm looking at the Associated Press. They're raiding Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get clear. So that means there was a warrant, which means in order for a judge to have signed off on a warrant, they must have had proof that they were going to find what they said they were going to find, or pretty good, right? Wouldn't you have to have a pretty high level?
Well, if you look at Breonna Taylor, the judge signed off on a warrant. They lied.
But it wasn't a no-knock. But now somebody I read somewhere that Mar-a-Lago is actually closed there. It closed now, and he's not there. Is he there? Do we know? I don't know. Doesn't matter. But did you watch any of CPAC?
Yes, I did.
I can't believe you fell for that. You fell for that Viktor Orban. That's not Viktor Orban. That was Sacha Baron Cohen. So fake. Come on.
He's something else. Yeah.
Oh.
Did you like CPAC?
Oh, it's uplifting is what I mostly find.
We should go to CPAC.
Yeah.
And just pretend. It would be fun to just let loose, wouldn't it?
Yeah. How do you get tickets? Are they expensive?
I don't know, but wouldn't it be fun just to hang out and
it would. Well, which would be more fun, that or the rallies with the people?
I've been to the rallies.
You've been? I've never been to a rally. I kind of want to go to a rally now. But are there going to be more rallies? Is he going to? Here's my prediction: if he goes to jail, Donald Trump, we're talking about, I think he's going to take off the hair. I think he's going to shave his head, right? Get it down. I think he's going to get some cool prison tats. And he's going to get super ripped and buff. And he's going to study in the library, probably become a Muslim. And then when he gets out, he's going to be like an advocate for the poor and stuff. That's what
right. He's not going to. You can't lock him up. There's too much money to be made having him on the outside, isn't there?
Money by who? Who's making the money?
The media's I mean, you
you don't think there'll be some good media shows with him behind in the Hooskow, in the pokey?
Do you honestly think they would ever lock him up? Honestly?
Well,
I wish you were right. I would love to see it.
But I know, but everything he's done is criminal. You know what I mean? At a certain point, it's almost like, dude, you forced our hand. We didn't want to. We weren't going to lock you up, but you've broken so many laws, so egregiously, so out in the open. We have no choice but to lock you up, or we look like assholes.
But can't you? I'm being serious here. Can't you commit so many crimes?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's
it's like,
thrown a lot of stuff at the wall.
It's like, where do you start?
Well, I mean, I think the insurrection, the seditious conspiracy, I mean, calling, tampering with an election, I mean, witness tampering. I mean, the list is so incredible. I mean, Alvin Bragg should have put him away. I don't know what happened there. Somebody got to him, but it doesn't look like Merrick Garland's backing down. And Fani Willis isn't backing down. And Lindsey Graham is going to be in some trouble. Like, I think so many people were lining up to help him and got themselves really dirty and were not smart enough to cover their tracks. Those people are all caught. And at what point do they stay loyal to a guy who's not going to get the nomination or become president again or have any money? Like, they're all going to turn on him, aren't they?
It sounds like it's a replay of the Mueller investigation.
It does not seem that way at all. The Mueller, it was all quiet, and then it came out, and then Barr buried it, and Mueller was, had dementia and came out, and he's a super hardcore Republican, and so he came out and just kind of mumbled that, yeah, you could obstruction of justice if somebody wanted to, I guess, and then took off,
So I hope you're right. It just feels like he escapes.
Well, because he always has. But this is crazier. There's just, the list of crimes is just too long and too out in the open, and it's threatening our democracy like so clearly. So, you know what I mean? It's like, if we don't, that's what, I posted that, I texted that thing, tweeted that thing. My answer to Lester Holt, who basically asked Merrick Garland, like, what if, our country is, what if locking up Trump would tear this country apart? And I've said the country's already torn apart. The only thing that can put it back together is locking him up.
Yeah.
We all have to kind of get on the same page and go, yeah, that shit was criminal.
So 80% of Republicans think the insurrection was just Donald Trump.
But I all these statistics, I question all of them. They say 80% of Republicans. How many people are identifying as Republicans? I think that number is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. I think there's like, 200-300 Republicans left. And so, 180 of them are like going, yeah, I think the insurrection was bullshit. I think more and more people are now starting to identify as, independents or whatever. There's a lot of stupid people left, but we're not going to cater to them, I don't think. I think
75 million people voted for him.
Back then, in 2016, well, in 2020,
and to convict, you have to find a jury of 12 people.
Yep.
Who have to be a cross section of the community.
Yep.
His side gets to
voir dire,
which sounds like a Yiddish word, but it's not.
Oh, voir dire.
Don't you think all it takes is one You don't think 1 out of 12?
Of voir dire in the headlights? Yes, but, in the Mueller trial, not Mueller, Manafort, in the Manafort trial, there was a MAGA person on the jury, and she even said, I wore my MAGA hat to the court every day. I left it in the car, and I didn't want him to be guilty, but she heard the case, and she voted to convict because the evidence was overwhelming. And look, lawyers, it's not going to be like, a bunch of, Trump type dopey lawyers. I mean, that's going to be on his side, but on our side, it's going to be federal prosecutors who are sharp and they know how to, spot somebody. It's not like these MAGA types are, genius covert operatives who can act like, I'm so smart. I will never. And then they're morons. They're not going to be able to hide, their objectives when they're questioned. They'll get 12 people. It won't be that hard. I think I've always said this thing ends with him in a country where he can't be extradited. And I don't know if when they went down to Mar-a-Lago, if they got his passport, but I don't know if he's there. Somebody said that Jared Ivanka they were going to be fueling up a plane to one of those, Middle East countries, whether it's, Dubai or Saudi Arabia or any of those ones that he's been dealing with. And that's going to be his present to his father-in-law. It's like, gotcha. And he's going to be on a plane and he's going to end up, in one of those towers. And he's going to go, we should make this one a Trump tower.
I just don't see that happening. I wish you.
So what do you see happening? Him just running again in 2024 and we're nothing. Everybody's just going to go back home and go, well, we couldn't prove it.
I don't know. It's I don't know, but I don't think we're ever going to lock up a U.S. president. Have you watched? I wish we would. I wish we'd lock all. I'd like to see all of them locked up.
But yeah, but the thing is,
and
all of the rest of them were, they fell into this narrow thing. They were presidential. They did the act, and they were accepted by both sides. This guy came in and bull in a china shop, broke everything, no norms, nothing. It was just ridiculous. So to me, all of the norms of, well, we would never put a president in jail like that, that's out the window. He hasn't been a president. He's just this crazy con artist who's unbelievably stupid and sadistic and a pathological liar. Like, yeah, we're going to put that guy in jail. He's not even it's a joke that he was a president. I don't even understand how that happened. I don't know if America was just trying to get back at our founding fathers.
Right. He's low-hanging fruit. I think Cheney and Bush should go first. But I agree with you that they had enough gravitas to justify.
And they were connected to the rest.
Millions of people.
They didn't have their generals, calling them, morons. And also, you heard that thing today where he said, why couldn't he be more like the German generals from World War II? He said that.
So speaking, it's hard to believe both our fathers fought in World War II. It's hard to believe that there are people in this country who didn't root for America during World War II. Let me just tell Dr. Fraud, we're running 10 minutes behind, Dr. Fraud.
Oh, I would like to concede my time to Dr.
Well,
Harry.
give us 5 minutes, Dr. Fraud.
What do you and me need to hock a Chinik for?
Well, I wanted to ask you about Alex Jones. Are you watching the trial? I've been watching it.
Not like the OJ. I get all the updates.
I thought of you. I'm thinking John Ross must be glued to the set watching this. This is more satisfying than the OJ trial. First of all,
except it's not really a trial. It's just the damages.
Right.
He already lost the trials because he didn't hand over his stuff. So it was just like automatic guilty. Now now it's this whole question of, is it 2 times the plus 750,000 or can he do the whole?
Right.
Nobody seems to know the answer, but there's still 2 more to come.
Right. Let me play you a clip, my favorite clip from, if I can find it, from the I don't think I have it.
I mean, that guy's completely insane and like verifiably insane. And the fact that Donald Trump would go on his show and talk about what a great guy he was and how fantastic and good for America, they're all going to jail.
I wish you were right. There's a comedian he reminds me of.
Alex
Jones.
Yeah. Half the guys on the road. Come on.
No. Hang on. It's give me 1 second. Well, I thought I could find it. Nope. He reminds me of Sam Kinison. I can't. He reminds me of Sam Kinison. But
you ever listen to those old clips of Sam Kinison? They do not age well.
Well, which makes them even funnier.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, I was not a fan.
If I want to see negative and hear negative news every morning, I'll just watch Fox News Channel. They'll tell me what's wrong with America and everybody.
I wish I looked that good. I got to do what he does. John Ross, it's great to see you. You don't have COVID.
We'll see. That's the thing. I may have to. I'm skipping my playoff game tomorrow night, but that team doesn't need me. But Thursday night I have a game, and if I come back, if the PCR test comes back positive, I'm gonna have to sit that one out. That's not gonna be good.
Or get some Plavoxoid.
You can always find a good way to pronounce a word. The way.
What's the thing that Biden?
Paxlovid.
What does Biden take?
Paxlovid.
Paxlovid.
There you go. And one more time, last time, Chipotle.
They don't deserve to be pronounced properly.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Despicable. You're despicable.
All right. Hi, John.
But I used to describe myself as a cross between Bugs Bunny and Johnny Carson. That was my persona on stage.
How do people follow you on Twitter? Your Twitter feed is amazingly funny.
Fun with friction, and yeah. All right.
Okay. Follow John on Twitter. Take care.
Dr. Fraud said
you don't have.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. See you later.
Joining us is Dr. Harriet Fraud. Your head is cut off a little.
Yes, it is.
There you go.
No longer beheaded.
You're the last person who should be beheaded. I have a list.
Yes, indeed. Long list.
Of a long list of people.
Guillotine, right.
Yeah. Dr. Harriet Fraud is the host of It's Not Just in Your Head, and Capitalism Hits Home, and we'll find out who you co-host with later on in the show.
Fair enough.
And you don't think Donald Trump is ever going to end up in prison? You know, they're raiding his home in Mar-a-Lago.
I don't think he ever will. I really don't think he will.
Yeah.
It would be symbolically really nice if he did. But no, of course he won't go to prison.
Yeah.
But I think one of the reasons he speaks and endorses Alex Jones and everything else, he's also talking to overtly fascist groups. He's trying to get his stormtroops assembled. They've just took a blow, and now he wants to get them reassembled.
Yeah. Well, there was some good news this week if you're not really paying attention.
Yes, if you're not really paying attention.
If you're really not looking, or if you own in the Hamptons, you fancy yourself a Democrat and read the New York Times, you're saying Biden really did it. He's on a roll, right? He killed Ayman al-Zawahiri. This is what the right wing in the Democratic Party is saying. He just passed the most transformative piece of legislation since the New Deal.
Yes, and it's only 1/7 of what he asked. Really, it's pathetic.
Well, what's good in it?
What's good in it?
What do you like?
There are some taxes that are laudable. There is some effort for wind and solar. That's really important. Pushing electric cars as a solution instead of mass transit is criminal. But okay.
You can continue that thought, please.
Yes, well, it's lauded as a great achievement that they didn't even mention mass transit, the obvious thing that other countries have. I mean, China has 12 high-speed trains zigzagging across China. We have 0. We have trolley lines that they covered over thanks to General Motors. They could uncover them that link all sorts of rural towns and cities. And they do not use the kind of fuels that are being, that are endangering the planet. And so it's a failure. It's also a failure that it actually raises 1/7 of what Biden originally asked for. But compared to the other things, it's a success. But to me, it proves capitalism doesn't work. It's stymied. They can't do anything.
Right.
And it's not particularly Biden's fault, although I do think he looks like he was recently disinterred, I must say.
Yeah.
He has the vibrancy of someone just dug up from the grave also. But it isn't him personally. Capitalism is in trouble. The empire is going. That's why we're fighting to the last Ukrainian, spending billions needed here on arms for them. I mean, it's a disaster. People are in trouble. The mass murders are increasing incrementally from one generation to the next, starting in, I think it was 2016 with the Columbine murders and so on. Those are just the school shootings, but other things as well. Things are breaking down. And these big victories are pretty, I don't want to say lame, it's bad for the handicapped, pretty inadequate.
Yeah.
They are not adequate. And they're all they could do, which is pathetic. It's a climate crisis. But, and also they, half of, we only have 2 parties, both representing the employers, but half of them didn't even endorse it. So they'll give it every bit of trouble on a state and local level that they possibly can to undo it, because we are a dysfunctional, dying empire. And when we face that, then we can plan and use these vast stores of armaments to get rid of them and have a country for us and redistribute the wealth.
Yep, absolutely.
Employment, but Americans would have to be in the street before that would ever happen.
Well,
Like they were in the 30s.
they are in the street. That's
Getting there.
Well, no, they're living there.
That's true. That's not a symbolic statement.
So the Amtrak, I was reading that the chief executives over at Amtrak paid themselves exorbitant bonuses this year because they were able to not turn a profit, just get more money in subsidies from the federal government. So they celebrate. It's a public-private partnership, Amtrak. I happen to love Amtrak. I think I love traveling on Amtrak.
Very comfortable and nice, and very expensive too. And you wish the high-speed trains actually went on high speed. But it's better than Metro North. You could say that for it, which isn't a big endorsement. It's a low bar.
Train travel would save we were driving, I can't remember the town we visited, but you look, is it outside of New York City, and by the train station, they're revitalizing the downtown around the train station in that town, because that's
yeah.
If there's a train stop, there's going to be commerce. That's how you revitalize every city in America, by building a train track is like a river.
Yes, it is.
It creates commerce. Every stop is like a port. But the oil companies don't want that.
No, they don't. They want everyone in their little individual car with 60,000 of them dead every year from car accidents. And there was that slogan in the 60s, what's good for General Motors is good for America. That's not true anymore, but they cling to it. We need mass transit. If you take the trains in France or Germany or Switzerland, wow, they're beautiful. They're clean. They have lovely salads and nice foods. They have free magazines. It's another experience. It's very comfortable. The bathroom is nice. I mean, it's just utterly different experience.
It also explains the French paradox. They often ask, well, why do the French eat fatty food, but they remain thin, and Americans get increasingly obese? They take mass transit. You know, living in New York City, we don't have the obesity problem in New York City.
You have to walk.
You have to walk, and you actually have to stretch, and you dodge bullets on the subway. It's good.
Climb up all those stairs and down all those stairs.
But people move. There are a lot of older people who are in great shape in New York City because they're moving.
That's right.
Sitting in a car, not good for you.
No, it's not good for you. And also it would, as you say, that's a very wonderful illusion, image that mass transit and the train would be a river. A city like New Haven, which is in many ways a provincial dump, that would change if you had a rapid train. People from New York would go and live in New Haven, where it's much cheaper, and it would take an hour instead of 2 on a not very reliable train mechanism in the Metro North. No, if you wanted to cut down traffic, France, which is hardly paradise, but it has the RER. All the suburbs are connected to this wonderful rapid transit that goes right into the center of Paris.
Most Americans, including me, don't really travel. So all you know is what you see in front of you.
Right.
And the danger of not traveling is you can be led to believe anything they want you to believe about America. American exceptionalism is caused by Americans knowing nothing about the world except America.
And being told we're the greatest, the greatest, the greatest, the greatest, while knowing nothing. One of the things that really has inspired me was the victory in France of Mélenchon, because within a few weeks, he united the socialists, the communists, the climate people, the unionists, the racial justice people, the sexual justice people under a socialist banner. And they've won the majority of the seats. And the first thing that their Congress did was raise the minimum wage 15% and all municipal workers' wages 10% across the board. And they already have very good public health care and child care and after school care and summer care and paternity leaves and maternity leaves, but he's not going the American way. He's holding on to the social services that people desperately need, unlike Macron, who suffered terribly in the last election. When Mélenchon united the left, it was really impressive. The last election, he got 1% less than the fascists. This time he got a good deal more.
Yeah. You were talking about Colombia's inaugurating a new president, Gustavo Petro.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wasn't a member of FARC, but he was
the other alternative guerrilla movement.
And he got elected promising to hire the unemployed and stop drilling and spend money on higher education by making it free. How does that happen in a country like Colombia that
they never had it? They never had a left government. But I think people have had it Also, what he did is what they did in Chile and what Mélenchon did in France. He united the indigenous movement of all of those South American indigenous people who have been dispossessed with the labor movement of dispossessed wage workers, with the Communist Party, with the Socialist Party, with the feminist movement, with the sexual rights movement, and together under one banner, they won. His vice president is a Black woman who was a house cleaner because he wants to give people a chance who have leadership abilities and who wouldn't and didn't have an elite education.
Right.
You know, it's beautiful, but it's the union that we don't have. The left is splintered here. If we weren't, we would be the biggest force. The right seems much more united.
The right seems united in stealing.
That's right. Stealing, raping, all of it.
Right.
Controlling,
And
Black people in the back, all of those pastimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you read about the police in New York City cheating on their sergeant exams? There was.
Yes. I also read about them covering their license plates with masks so that they could speed and get out of the detectors that the police set up and that go as fast as they wanted. Sure.
Right.
Sure. You know, they're like the Uvalde police, although they don't just sit there, they shoot people back rapidly.
So what did you want to talk about today?
I wanted to talk about capitalism and loneliness.
Okay.
Because we and the Brits are both in a period of acute loneliness, only they have now a cabinet minister of loneliness because they realize that when people are cut off and lonesome, they're much sicker. Public health nations are better on loneliness, addressing loneliness because they pay the bills, because people who are unhappy, lonely, abandoned get sick much faster. They cut down Medicare bills radically in New York when they tried an experiment, which of course was so successful it was discontinued, of turning a single room hotel, which had been kind of a real rundown, cheap hotel, into a very lovely place for seniors where everybody had a small room of their own with a little tiny kitchenette, and then there were big collective spaces where there were games, where there were movies, where there were projects, and they found that the Medicare bills were cut by half.
Really?
Because people wanted to live. You know, Americans are also dying faster and faster every year, whereas other countries are extending their life. We're cutting hours off because out of despair, there's the book by Case and Deaton, Deaths of Despair, because people have been abandoned here. They're left to die. We have the most deaths in the world because we won't close the borders because business wants them open. And so we leave people there to die. Amazon's a great example where the first protest that Chris Smalls, who won in the Amazon labor union, his first protest was a walkout when he wasn't even, the union hadn't even been formed, a walkout because they weren't getting protective equipment against COVID. They weren't being told when one of their number was sick so that they could ask that person to go home. And they weren't being given safety precautions of any kind. Of course, Amazon said they did everything they could. They were compacting people together. And although they put out regulations, you may not stand near someone. In order to do your job, you had to. And that's why they were coming down with COVID and dying.
Right.
And so that people, and that's just Amazon. It's the same across all America's biggest employers, the call centers, Walmart, Amazon, and fast food. And so they, A, the government abandoned them to die. B, they're lonely because nobody's standing up for them. Not only is there crime in the street where they could be shot or knifed or robbed, whatever, but the bigger crimes are where you go to the bank and you have to pay a fee for everything when your credit card is absorbent and you're ripped off. when you go to a job and you know you've made them rich and your wages are stagnant because they're taking the amount of money you make. They wouldn't hire you if you didn't make more for them than you're worth to them, and not sharing it at all. And you're abandoned and alone, and crime is happening. You know, crimes, I was really impressed reading in this Consumer Products report that TJ Maxx, which is very prosperous, has made money on these infant recliners that kill kids. That's why they were taken off the main market. Same with the Rattle, where babies swallow the pellets, but they were discounted and they have gotten into no trouble. They had to pay some fines, but they're not in jail like the people in Rikers who didn't do much, who just sold pot a long time ago. And
Or
now-
just having a bad day, don't have their meds. We lock up people
That's right.
for being off their meds.
That's right, or for jumping the turnstile. And there's the Sackler family that killed 600,000 people who overdosed with OxyContin because it was sold under false premises. And although they've had certain indignities, they are no longer on the board of the Guggenheim, nor are they on the board of the Museum of Natural History. But they're keeping the 37 billion, or maybe only 30 billion because they had to pay some fines. They're not in jail. So people feel criminally ripped off and alone, abandoned by their government, unsafe, not only on the small level, but on the larger level where nothing much is done about it. Trump will get away with that. Bragg suspended the case for grift in New York, even though there was no good reason to do that. All of his prosecutors left in protest. What is this? People feel abandoned by the government, abandoned by their employers, and terribly alone because the pandemic increased people's loneliness. You didn't have the nice, friendly encounters you might have had at a store, online, or crossing the street or whatever, because people were dangerous. So you had to stay away. And 60% of New Yorkers live alone. And so with the pandemic, there's an enormous loneliness around them. Even the personals have reflected that during the pandemic. Instead of saying wanted casual sex completely with complete works and no discussion, right? It's now wanted a companion. I have a country house on the beach. Please come live with me. You know, I have a delivery job. Please sit next to me during the day. Because people are so lonesome.
And we forget that we're social animals. You have to be reminded that we're social animals.
We do, because our society pits us against each other. You're always having to watch out for personal crime. You watch out that you're getting ripped off, which you will be. It's the environment we live in. And you don't have a sense of people together. There is no mass party that brings us all together. And religions are often exposed as being extortion mills. And so people are really desperate and lonely, and it just doesn't work anymore.
It's interesting. You brought up the opioid crisis. On the Ralph Nader Radio Hour this week, we have the authors of American Cartel inside the battle to bring down the opioid industry. And they gave a stat that was staggering. 98% of all prescription opioids are prescribed in the United States, worldwide.
Wow.
It was staggering. I heard that. I went, are you kidding me? 98% of prescription opioids are prescribed in the United States. And I'm thinking, are we in that much physical pain?
No, it's really a criminal cartel, because what you do is they had an amazing selling machine, the Sacklers, with OxyContin, bribing doctors, including cuts to people like CVS, which was sued, Rite Aid, Duane Reade, They are supposed to report suspicious numbers of prescriptions. They didn't. There's one town in Ohio that sued where the average person got 350 pills every month. What? But they managed to silence everyone and to use these hard sell techniques, and they ended up killing 600,000 people who died of overdoses. And the premise on which they sold Oxy in the first place was that it was a 12-hour sedatives, but in their studies in Puerto Rico that they did, it only lasted for 8 hours, and by the last 4 you were desperate. And then if your prescription is canceled, you're hooked and you go on heroin.
Right.
It was,
And they knew that. And they
yes,
knew
they did. They knew it. And it's mass murder, and they'll never see a day in jail.
it's the worst drug crisis this country has ever gone through.
It is.
Back to Nixon's war on drugs, the war on heroin, the war on crack cocaine.
Yep, it
This
is
is the worst.
drug epidemic. Every
And-
little town had holdups at drugstores and so on.
And Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family is still negotiating with the district attorneys on how much they're willing to pay. They should be next to El Chapo.
They sure should be. And their holdings should be nationalized to pay for addiction recovery. But they're not. And they've just, like the tobacco companies, they're now concentrating on selling in Europe.
Right.
Because Americans have caught on. But they will not see a day at Rikers like so many people with petty crimes.
This country is
It's collapsing. The empire is collapsing. We've lost the last 4 wars. We're trying for geopolitical advantage by turning Ukraine to rubble and using them against the Russians, because the Russians are allied with the Chinese. The Russians have a lot of raw materials and things the Chinese want, and the Chinese have huge technology and enormous population, and it works. And they're part of that BRICS alliance, which is Brazil, Russia, India, and China. And that's why, the US is losing its hold. At Biden's meeting of the South American states, where they wouldn't allow Cuba or Nicaragua or Venezuela to come, they only got 4 countries.
right. Very quickly, let's go to Lane and see him. You have a question for?
Yeah.
Good.
Dr. Fraud, I know America has the same problem as the UK, where the police have sort of became a de facto social service and looking after people with mental health issues and
Not
taking that
looking after
burden
them,
on.
arresting them and shooting them is more like it.
Yeah, well, but they're having to deal with the overflow of that problem not being taken care of.
Absolutely.
I just want to let you know that I'm in a program set up by our police to counter that, because our police are more community minded.
Good.
And I'm wondering if that's a way of the American police can do the same. And
Well, they're not volunteering for it, the American police. However, there is a movement to replace police with social workers when there's a mental health problem.
right.
Um,
And I think I was the guy I'm with at Durham Constabulary. He set this as his own personal task. It's now gone through 17 of our forces, where they understand the causes of crime, they understand the causes of addiction, and they see the root cause, as we all know, has been austerity, poverty,
right.
Political disenfranchisement,
And
and
predator
loneliness.
capitalism is what
And loneliness. I don't think they'll ever use the C word. I think they probably think the capitalism word. But I'd just be interested to think if there's any way that is there any way of possibly pushing on a local level police forces to do the same in the States, or if there's any programs existing?
Of course, there are programs. There are programs defunding the police. There are programs for changing police from police to social workers when there's an emotionally charged incident. And there are those movements. What we don't have is a powerful national movement that demands all of these things in the name of all of us. It would be a huge improvement.
I think the police see it as more, that's their way of saving money. They don't want dead people to end up in jail here at least.
Yeah, well,
they try to prevent crime before it happens, you see.
That's a good idea, but with the prison industrial complex being what it is, and those profitable prisons and profitable big selling things. I had a client who worked with recently released offenders. They had huge sales at coliseums with all sorts of things for restraining and so on. It's a very profitable enterprise in the United States. So you'd have to fight the capitalist angle here.
Yeah.
But there are attempts, and they are very, very worthy.
Yeah.
Not fair to the cops either. They can't handle it.
Thank you.
Thank
Len.
you.
Always
Cheers,
good
peeps.
from you. Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraud. Dr.
Thank
Harriet,
you.
your show is on WBAI here in Manhattan, where people can listen to you every Wednesday, I believe at 2:30.
That's it. Sometimes they have to close for this or that because they're having the hearings of something. But other than that, 2:30 on Wednesdays. And with Liam Tate and Ikoi Hiro, I do It's Not Just in Your Head.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you. How do people contact you?
hfraad@gmail.com. hfraad@gmail.com, or through my website, harrietfraud.com.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, everyone, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. We love you. We really do. Thank you.
too.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up in a few seconds, I hope, is Professor Adnan Hussein. And we're going to be going to Denton, Texas to see a live performance of Professor Mike Steinel in about an hour. If you're just joining us, we're talking about Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago being raided by the FBI. Fox News is not happy about this. Here is Don, what's his name? Bongiorno? I love this guy. I don't know how to pronounce his. He was on with Jesse Waters, and he's very upset. Dan Bongiorno.
I just want to say in closing, listen, America, they're laughing at you. The left thinks this is hilarious. If you doubt me, just go to any of their goofy platforms, Twitter or elsewhere right now. They think this is hilarious. You know what?
Former law enforcement. I don't think it's hilarious. I don't think it's funny. When they lock him up, that'll be funny. Joining us, I hope, is Professor Adnan. There you are. Good to see you. Professor Adnan Hussein.
Good to be with you.
He is the chairman. You are the chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. You also host the Mujlis podcast. I'm going to ask you who's on this week. And Noam Chomsky is on Guerrilla History.
That's right. Yeah. Look for that episode where Henry Hakamaki and Brett O'Shea and I talk with Professor Noam Chomsky about his book with Vijay Prashad, who follows after our conversation with Professor Chomsky. The book is called The Withdrawal: Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and the Fragility of U.S. Power. And that should be coming out mid-month. And so our episode is coming out, I think, next Friday, not this Friday, but the following Friday.
Right. You said that he spoke of some kind of Keynesian defense system that we've set up here in the United States. I talked about Raytheon laying off 4% of its workforce. And I thought, well, that's not Keynesian. We're giving all this money to Raytheon and they're not creating jobs. how conscious does Chomsky talk about how conscious our politicians are about stimulating the economy by giving money to the weapons dealers? Is it out in the open?
Yeah, I mean, I think his remark there was about, I think, restructuring that took place as a result of World War II and the post-World War II economy, and increasingly as a result of deindustrialization in the United States, that the kind of system of capitalism that we have in the United States is really floated by government spending in the military. You know, all of our foreign aid is really kind of recycling, contracts with companies to provide military equipment or various other kinds of services. And that remains one of the kind of leading areas of US industry, is really, the security, surveillance, architecture. You have to see a lot of the new technology, media kind of companies, the high-tech Silicon Valley computer and internet industries as a kind of outgrowth in some ways of investments in defense spending. I mean, a lot of these innovations come out of DARPA and other spin-off projects, the Defense Research Agency. And so that is really the basis for a lot of the US economy, is military spending by the government and its corollaries. That is a kind of Keynesianism that creates its own demand, right? Because the government purchases this and also sells it abroad, partly through its political and imperial influence on global institutions, military alliances like NATO. And so I thought, in the book, this was a very useful way to phrase it. I mean, I have mentioned certain things about how this is almost the only real industry that the US seems to have, are things related to military security, surveillance, and so on. But I hadn't really conceptualized it the way he had, as a kind of Keynesianism, but it's a particular kinds of Keynesian spending. I mean, in the Great Depression, Keynes's ideas were priming the pump, creating demand, pumping money into the system so that you could have consumers. Here, this is not about individual kinds of consumers and consumption, but it is about a certain set of niche constituencies that end up, and interests that end up having great sway over US foreign policy and spending domestically, because they've got control over the government to pump up these private companies that offer. And I guess you could also say, this actually reminds me of something that I thought of in the 1990s when we had the restructuring under Clinton, the end of welfare as we know it, and no more free ride. Basically, what Reagan, fantasized about doing, but Democrats would have opposed had it been, suggested and put into legislation by Reagan. Clinton managed to accomplish that entire agenda, it seems. And at the time, I thought, in a way, the only place where the welfare state survives is the military. You want to get a job? Well, good luck trying to find something in this economy, a living wage. You have to go into the military, where you'll have security of employment. I mean, you might be killed, you might have to go to a foreign war, but you can count on that. You want an education, and you can't pay for it because we're increasing the cost of education, defunding, state education. You go to the military because they will pay for you to go to college as long as you go to training twice a month. And, eventually you have to serve, some years in the military. You want healthcare? Well, you're not going to get it through the private system because they're cutting back on all of these social benefits. And there's, Medicaid is being cut. Sometimes it's being funded or not in various states. And you have to wait till you're 65 to get Medicare. So you have to go into the military. And so it seemed to me this last survival of the welfare state was in the military. So that kind of social spending that you see in the 1930s of putting in universal programs, to raise the standard of living and keep people from falling in the Great Depression under FDR, that then also turned into, kind of military spending during World War II. It seems like the pump got shut off for people, okay, all of those programs, but it stayed open for the military and for the economy that's built around it.
So it's really interesting because when Clinton became president in 93. It was like 2 years after the end of the Cold War.
Exactly.
It was supposed to be a peace dividend.
Peace dividend. Yeah. I was like, where are we getting the peace dividend? I'll tell you, the military got the peace dividend. It's because they now didn't have major buildup to confront a major threat, but they nonetheless got expanded funding, right? It actually expanded during that period.
Incredible. I want to ask you about the 40 dead Palestinians in Gaza in a second. And there seems to be a civil war between, not a civil war, but a dispute between Hamas and I believe Islamic Jihad in Gaza. But I want to ask you about that in a second. But I want to turn to guerrilla history and the conversation you've been having about the leftist politicians doing quite well in Latin America, Mexico, Argentina, Bolivia, in the past 3 or 4 years have all elected left of center presidents. Peru, Honduras, yesterday, Petro, I think his name in Colombia, who, are you shocked by this? How do you explain it over guerrilla history? What is happening in South America, and how can we get some of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I do hope that we might have Alex Avina on soon to talk about it, and perhaps he might even come on the show here to talk. It would be great to have him, former guest on this show and also on guerrilla history. Well, I mean, I guess I'm not so shocked because, things keep getting worse and worse, and people are reacting to, kind of more right-wing governments in Latin America that had been, in power maybe the last few years with the bringing down of Lula's government and, other kinds of changes that had happened. But this picks up on the pink tide that happened in the late 2000s. I mean, there was remarkably, that is the time that it really surprised me. So this seems like it's building on those. When Evo Morales came in Bolivia, when of course you had Hugo Chavez in Venezuela.
Lula?
And Lula, of course, is probably, of the biggest and most important country, Brazil. I was surprised then, but I think what happened, and this is actually a thought I had at the time, and I ended up seeing that Tariq Ali actually wrote a good book that really, kind of suggested this, that the US got so trapped in its global war on terrorism with, invasions in Afghanistan and Iraq, such costly and also, you might say, in terms of the foreign policy establishment, absorbing concerns, that it wasn't able to spend the time and the attention kind of controlling and managing the Western Hemisphere the way it always has, and that has always been part of the Monroe Doctrine. Yeah.
The Monroe, go ahead.
Yeah, well, the Monroe Doctrine, of course, from the 19th century, the US, even before it was really a major power, announces essentially that the Western Hemisphere is its particular territory to manage, and that, foreign, international, European nations should not try and expand colonies, establish, military bases or create military alliances that would be to the detriment of the United States, because the doctrine is that the United States is the hegemon of the region. And, it's been the case since then that the U.S. has always been most concerned with guaranteeing its security as it understands it and pursuing its interests, in the Western Hemisphere. And so it starts, of course, with confronting, the old Europe, as Donald Rumsfeld might want to call it, the Spanish Empire, helping the Cubans a little bit to, overthrow the Spanish. There's a period there where essentially the U.S. takes over a lot of the Spanish colonies. So, you've got Puerto Rico, you've got in the Pacific, the Philippines, right? And you have a series of U.S. expansion, in the region. And so through the 1950s, through the Cold War in particular, any kind of communist insurgency or movement or democratically elected government was seen as a huge threat because it was essentially understood in U.S. foreign policy terms as a proxy of a foreign power, i.e. the Soviet Union interfering in the Western Hemisphere that had to be controlled by the U.S., which is, of course, why the Cuban Revolution was something that, even though in its early stages it may have been socialistic, but it was really pursuing a kind of militant third world nationalist independence movement. It became identified, as many other militant third world nationalist movements were during the Eisenhower period and afterwards, as a threat, as tantamount to communism. And, we actually just had a recording for our Sanctions as War series that we're doing for Guerrilla History. One of the case studies was looking at the article or chapter in that book, that collected volume on Cuba and sanctions on Cuba, which is the longest running and most draconian system of sanctions on any country since, of course, the 1960s. I guess my point is that, as the U.S. became a global superpower, and particularly after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Warsaw Pact, the U.S. extended its interests very aggressively throughout the world, and got a little overstretched. I think it's fair to say that the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War and concerns about, pursuing the global war on terrorism weakened the U.S.'s attention and control in its historic kind of area. I don't think, look what happened to Salvador Allende in Chile in the 1970s. You would not see Lula and Evo Morales and Hugo Chavez coming into power in the high point of the U.S. management of the Western Hemisphere. Just wouldn't have been allowed to happen as it happened in the past. As to this latest kind of round, I think it's because, in part, there is, I think, a greater boldness in countries around the world that the attempt by the U.S. to bully them with this kind of, policy of the rules-based order and kind of forcing countries to participate in it or pay consequences and be outside of the scheme of democratic nations, as they like to portray it, is weakening. I don't think as many countries are as worried about the U.S. threat, or they feel like there are ways that they can balance relations with more than one party and to stay outside of a kind of bloc politics that you either have to be with the U.S. or you're with the Russia-China. Countries like India, many other countries in South Asia, the Middle East, they're interested, and even some in Europe. And this is going to be what's interesting as we look forward. And in fact, actually, there was talk before this Ukraine war situation and the expansion of NATO to Ukraine was being discussed. And most recently, there were quite a lot of discussions within these sort of foreign affairs community and geopolitics that Europe was starting to consider realigning itself to participate in the Belt and Road Initiative, potentially as the sort of endpoint of this Eurasian trading network, and to pursue its own interests in an independent path outside of U.S. kind of belligerence, and to try and be a moderating influence and preserve their own possibility to make economic deals with China to their own advantage. That talk is really kind of was put on hold, I think, by Ukraine war and the U.S. rallying of NATO. But those tensions are there. And if even the close allies of the United States that are tied into its military alliance and so on, and historically have relied upon the U.S. for their security, are willing to consider an independent path, just imagine what it is like for a country like Pakistan. And this is partly the reason why I think there's been such interest in Imran Khan and consternation over him. We talked a little bit, I think, maybe a few months ago about the sort of toppling of his government. Parliament ended up, allies in his parliamentary delegation that had formed government decided to break ranks, and so he had to dissolve government. He was calling for new elections. But part of the reason why there's been pressure and the United States has been so upset with him is that the very day that Putin announced his plans for the so-called special military operation, he was visiting Russia to talk about trade agreements and expand their relationship. And this is happening increasingly, that countries want to be able to maintain to their advantage multiple affiliations, trading partners, alliances, and not be locked into the U.S. system.
So
yeah,
let me ask you, when you look at what's going on in Chile and Argentina and Bolivia and Colombia, Mexico, it's not entirely America as the enforcer of capitalism. Those countries have a right wing, they have industrialists. Why are they failing at suppressing the left? Why they rely solely on the United States?
No, certainly not solely. Obviously, it's not as if that's the only factor that has suppressed, left movements. But I think that has been one of the retarding factors, I'd love to hear what Rodrigo has to say about, what's happening in Mexico.
We actually have time, if you don't mind.
Oh, great. Sure. If he's here, we should bring him in.
We have Professor Marianne can't do today's show. So if you have time and Peter B. Collins has time and Rodrigo wants to come on earlier, Rodrigo, do you want to answer that question? Rodrigo?
It looks like he's coming in, but there he is.
We were asking why there seems to be a wave of leftist politicians winning in South America, including your country, Mexico, and why the right wing, including the military, have not stopped it.
Well, they may want to, but they're kind of overwhelmed, I think. You may remember Bolton talking about the coups that he participated in that caused the CIA to accuse him of stolen valor.
Right.
Yeah. Those were interesting that he referred to those. I think most of the ones that he would have been referring to in his own career would have taken place in Latin America, South America. Yes. So yeah, of course there is that role, but I'm wondering if the U.S. has not been enforcing its usual kind of standard of friendly governments, in the South. What's happening? There have been populist movements in the past, like in the late 2000s, as I mentioned, the pink tide, and I think that had something to do with geopolitical circumstances. But I'm wondering if there's something new or different about this recent, wave. I mean, despite U.S. pressure, okay, Evo Morales may not have come back into power after his resignation, but his party has put forward and managed to capture government. You still have, Venezuela holding out. It's not Hugo Chavez, but it's Maduro, and you still have a left government. But now you have additions with Chile, right? The recent election there, and there's the possibility that Lula Lula is leading in opinion polls right now in Brazil, and so we're seeing a kind of a continental level reaction. And I myself am curious exactly how to explain that.
Rodrigo?
It's probably a happy storm, but also Latin America hasn't seen good governments with regards to COVID. So
Interesting.
it may be a combination of desperation and people willing to take a chance on leftists again, and also leftists are learning how to organize all over the continent. So
Great. We'll come back to you later, Rodrigo. Thank you.
Interesting. Yeah.
I
Well,
want
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please.
Well, the only thing is, I know the time is short, and Peter B. Collins will be joining you soon. I mean, I actually had thought about talking a little bit about this whole Trump raid on his home in Mar-a-Lago. I mean, quite apart from the humor value.
We're getting reports that the FBI has taken 15 boxes
Right.
from Trump's office and living area in Mar-a-Lago. Do you think this is about his taking things from the White House that belong in the National Archives, or is it related to the insurrection?
Well, I think they're closely connected in the sense that there was the House investigation, and of course, probably also the FBI investigation that's been ongoing, that would want to see documents and to be able to have access to potential evidence to assess the culpability of the White House, its staff, the president himself in organizing the January 6th, whether they incited it, how much they knew about it. So as a result of the House investigation and the FBI investigation, there has been an interest in subpoenaing and getting control over documents and records from the White House. The second point is that there already had been reports, quite some time ago, about the kind of haphazard administration during the Trump presidency when it came to classified documents. He turned Mar-a-Lago into, a kind of the winter White House, and, was taking documents and undergoing, apparently a lot of the practices.
The emoluments clause. I mean, a lot of emoluments there.
Many things, yes, and they also had reports that have come up that on some trips, official trips abroad, as well as in the White House and in Mar-a-Lago, that his penchant for trying to dispose of untidy documents was clogging up toilets, and that they had to be unclogged. And there were a lot of handwritten records and things that he was sort of routinely trying to dispose of and get rid of, which makes you wonder. I mean, what could be so incriminating and so disturbing that he was willing to risk the proper functioning, of the plumbing, in order to dispose of these records. So, that was already something that was on the radar to talk about and to be concerned about, and whether classified documents were being misused or not in secure locations and so on. If we all recall how the Republicans made such a big deal about, Hillary Clinton's email server and whether it was, secure or not, and whether her using it constituted violations of, the classification of official documents and records. So apparently Trump has typically gone around with a bunch of boxes and traveled with boxes that contain everything from clippings of the press that he himself annotates or signs if he thinks it's a good article and sends to people, to official records and classified documents, briefings, printouts of tweets. So it's like this grab bag of whatever Trump was interested in. He's sort of a scrapbooker as president, I guess. And, when he got bored, according to some reports and according to a new book that's going to be coming out in October, apparently by a New York Times White House correspondent, he would get bored on these long Air Force One flights and he would go through his boxes and kind of, if when he was done with reading something, often he would shred it, rip it up, and crumple it up, and the White House staff had to go and piece them back together and so on. So apparently this is part of his practice, but I think it brings up this other kind of issue about evidence. Like, why are all these records supposed to be kept in the way that they're being kept? I mean, there is a fascination with everything. It's very unclear to me exactly what constitutes personal records and presidential records, and I know that what's at stake or at issue is really the Presidential Records Act of 1978, and it was amended in 2014, as well as an Obama era executive order 13489 about presidential records, and that these kind of constitute the legally established practices for what constitutes a personal record versus a presidential record, and what you have to do with presidential records, who gets access to them, and so on over time. And this just reminds me as a historian, because presidential historians are obviously very keen to know that everything that they might want to know about a president's decision-making, inner workings, conversations with advisors, to gain insight behind the, the more evident decisions of the president and the functionings of government. They're interested in absolutely everything being preserved so that these will be sources, primary sources, documents and records. The main work of historians, you might say intellectually, or at least the principal and foundational work, is first to collect, gather evidence, read and interpret them, and then try and make them understandable and meaningful to tell a particular story and to analyze them. And so, historians who are interested in kind of this great men and their decisions, they would like these kinds of records to be available. Others who look more at kind of social and economic and political policies, are interested in the tax documents or the orders and, other administrative records of the functioning of government. And these archives, it's a very interesting question. What gets, historians depend on whatever is preserved from the past. I mean, they can't have evidence that hasn't somehow survived, sometimes by accident, but mostly by intentional collection practices. So what gets preserved and in what format? Whose stories can be told from them? What gets left out from it? What are the logics by which a state, for example, produces all of these documents? I mean, they can't be read as value neutral. Sometimes that's what historians in the past have done, is that they just think, well, these are the tax records. This is how much, somebody owed or, earned and so on. But as we know, these are all fictions in their own way. I mean,
the way they're released,
and even the way in which, what are you asked to supply? This is the same with the census. We think these records give us a really good statistical analysis of the US demographics, its populations, and various things that we might be interested in asking about. But it's always very political and intellectually interesting. How do you ask for people about their racial or ethnic identification? their gender is going to be, an interesting and important. How is that going to be officially asked and reported on census documents? There's already decisions that are made that then make the evidence conform in certain ways to the structures and the ideas of the questions of what's collected and so on. And so these are not neutral sorts of documents themselves. And it's just going to be very interesting to see how much, regardless of the political value of being able to prosecute him for violations of this, is, how much is this going to matter really for how future historians represent this period? To me, as a historian, it's really interesting because that's, I think, the heart of really training people to do history. I was actually working on my course for this fall that I'm teaching on crusading and the Crusade Society. And I thought it would be really fun and fascinating if I just set it up as weeks of debates between historians and we just talk about like some key issues. What were the Crusades? Were they for money or were they for religion? What were the motivations and various other things like that? But then I remembered, well, I want students to be able to make up their own mind about some of these things. They don't want to just hear what other historians said and choose between what they, which historian is correct in this kind of debate format, even though that would probably be fun and be a more popular sort of way to organize the information. I thought I've got to put in primary source texts so that the students can read at least some evidence and draw conclusions themselves and learn how to analyze and interpret historical evidence. What is it evidence for? How did it get collected? Whose interest does it serve to present the information in a particular way? And these are the kinds of questions that, I think we might want to ask here. It's not just about, Trump trying to evacuate the evidence. The question is what really, what really were these, records and why, do personal kinds of, how do we understand the personal and the presidential, these records? It's an area that hasn't necessarily been clarified to me about what's really at stake, apart from the kind of political pursuit of him for violations or finding out about his involvement in January 6th. So I just wanted to mention that as an angle on the story that occurred to me as a historian.
Let me do this. I don't know what your time is like. Peter B. Collins is waiting to come on. We don't have Professor Marianne Cummings at 9:30, so I wanted to brief. I don't know how your time is, and I don't know how Peter B. Collins' time is, but I wanted to ask you about the ceasefire in Gaza that was negotiated by Egypt. I wanted to ask you about divide and conquer, because Israel is really good at that. Hamas controls Gaza, primarily because, in many ways, I think Israel didn't so much as invent Hamas, but sort of did to create a division among the Palestinians, primarily Yasser Arafat, Fatah. Is that correct? You're muted.
Yes. I mean, what I would say is that it is very parallel, say, to U.S. policy during the same period, which was to oppose secular nationalists and leftists in the third world and militant anti-colonial movements by supporting religious movements, which is what they did, of course, and that's what led to Al-Qaeda and, the Jihadist International in Afghanistan. That very same kind of policy of trying to boost religious groups as a counterweight to secular left politics that were predominant through the 60s and into the early 70s.
Would Yasser Arafat have been a secular?
Yes. Yeah, it was a nationalist, liberation movement along the lines of, the South African, kind of resistance movement against settler colonialism in, South Africa, right? Under Mandela and other resistance movements like that didn't make an appeal. And of course, this was important because there is a large Christian population in Palestine. It's obviously been diminishing as, people leave any way that they can, but there is still a substantial Christian population, and the PLO appealed to broadly a sense of Palestinianness as a secular identity in which, you could have multiple different religions and so on, but their goal was within the kind of Arab nationalist era to emphasize Palestinianness as the national identity and base politics on that sort of secular basis. It was Hamas that argued that this was not going to succeed. It wasn't organically related to the majoritarian interests of the people, and that what they wanted was to free Palestine, and that they felt that this needed to be done by appealing to people's religious commitments and loyalties and ethics as a stronger, sentimental and emotional, way of maintaining resistance during a period when it had been, kind of under attack and crushed by Israeli occupation. The seeds of a new movement came to the fore through the social welfare programs of like Hamas, this is the thing that happened. They're essentially a Muslim Brotherhood type group. It's just the Palestinian version of it. And they, if they didn't receive in its early stages direct, support, it could have been even just passively, like you don't target the Hamas activists and throw them in prison, the way you do the Fatah ones, right? In the late
Fatah would be
1970s and early
PLO.
80s. The PLO, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And may I, David, may
Yeah.
I? Because
Yep.
Professor, I wanted to point out that I believe it was in 2006 that the U.S. Pushed to go through with a Gaza election that brought Hamas to power.
Right.
And I think this is an extension of what David articulated as the divide and conquer strategy.
but the
is
United
that-
States would not recognize Hamas won that election, and then the United States, which we're all about democracy, Hamas wins, and the United States, we don't recognize them.
Right. Well, we've always put them over the barrel that they have to
Right.
recognize Israel before any, it's a precondition to negotiations. And it's the only thing they've got to give up in negotiations. And so here they are captive in this open air prison. And, we have continually squelched any opportunities to give them even modest leverage with Israel, while proclaiming that they are all terrorists, that every home is a weapons lab or a rocket launching facility. And so this collective punishment is something that was engineered or at least enhanced by U.S. foreign policy under George W. Bush and Condoleezza Rice.
Right. What I'd like to do is I want to talk about Amnesty International and Ukraine in a second, but going back to Gaza, does it feel like Israel is throwing money at Hamas so they can govern a little? Israel is giving them enough work permits to give them a semblance of power, and that the reports are that that Israel was killing Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that they were going after not Hamas in Gaza, but the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And the Western press is saying Hamas is kind of happy that Israel is going after Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Is that what you're reading? And how much of that is true?
I find it hard to make out like what is exactly going on in terms of sort of Israeli policy here. I mean, there may not be a grand strategy. It might be rather narrowly tactical, because apparently I'm forgetting the details, but some months ago, there had been some conflict with, militants in the Islamic Jihad movement who conducted an operation. There apparently were plans that they might be doing something else. It could just be very narrow operationally and redound to the benefit in terms of the rivalry of Hamas, because frankly, if I was in a kind of colonial occupation situation, I would be, trying to, Hamas is the dominant force in Gaza. I mean, there's really no question about that, since, as Peter, mentioned, they had won these major elections, and they have proven to be pretty stable as the main group that's governing or controlling. Well, you can't say they're governing or controlling Gaza, but in Gaza, since they obviously don't have any control over its borders, its airspace, etc. But I mean, they are definitely stronger than Islamic Jihad in terms of their popularity as a popular social, religious, and social movement. So it seems to me, make sense to further consolidate. If I'm an Israeli, to consolidate. So I don't know. It's hard for me to really piece through exactly whether there's a larger sort of plan or motive or strategy around this.
Well, at the risk of getting deplatformed, I'm going to touch a third rail. The charges against Hamas that Israel always makes is, we had no choice. These children died because the Palestinians use them as shields. They know that we won't. They know that Israel won't attack this building, so they're able to hide rocket launchers there. And it's the fault of the Palestinians that the Israelis had to kill these innocent children.
Before you go any further, I mean, the fiction of that kind of logic is proved in that they keep doing it. So obviously it's not a strategy that works. Israel keeps bombing those places, even if they have to wring hands afterwards or, blame Hamas. So it's clearly not a very effective deterrent to try and use them as human shields, because this happens, every time there's a bombardment. I mean, we get the same story. So.
Well, in Ukraine, Peter B. Collins, you want to touch the third rail for me and Amnesty International?
Well, I have to say that I lost confidence in these international human rights groups quite a while back. And both Human Rights Watch and Amnesty have soiled themselves in various ways, particularly over the last 10 years. And so from what I've read, what occurred is that in a fairly routine manner, a report was issued citing potential human rights violation by Ukrainian forces. And this has produced a huge wall of propaganda and bluster coming from Kiev that is used to just shut down any honest discussion. And so let me stipulate, I'm not there. I don't have any eyewitness access that would educate me about what is really going on. I know that in war, all kinds of ugly things happen, and some of it is at the behest of the commanders, and some of it is freelanced by the troops on the ground. But to shut down any discourse that would allege violations by Ukraine is just preposterous. And, it appears that the Azov battalion, which had the largest concentration of neo-Nazis among the armed Ukrainians, was, I don't know if decimated is the right word, but they lost a lot in Mariupol. And so I believe Kharkiv has been, a pretty bloody, high casualty area of conflict as well. And so, for years, we were just talking about Israel and Palestine. The human rights organizations have issued reports saying that we are investigating human rights violations by both sides. And I believe that's appropriate here in this conflict, that Ukraine is not somehow immune from the ugly aspects and vagaries of war. And they were never, a lily white, clean operation to begin with. So, this leaves us in a situation where we know that there are consensus limitations that are imposed on all of us. And we are supposed to all line up and salute the courageous Zelensky and, propose him for sainthood. And this is where, our corporate media and our political machinery really run way amok. And I borrowed that word from Emil Guillermo.
Mm-hmm. So what happened with Amnesty International? Oksana Polkachuk was head of Amnesty International in Ukraine, and she was looking into reports that the Ukrainian government was putting civilians in harm's way. And they wanted to investigate it more, but that wasn't the narrative that Amnesty International was interested in. So they kind of suppressed any suggestion that the Ukraine military may be putting civilians in harm's way. And so she resigned. Is that pretty much?
That's what I read. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, this is comparable to, once again, to Gaza and Israel, where it's not like there are military bases in Gaza where Hamas can put all of its artillery and those rockets and whatever other weapons they have and say, well, this is military and everything else is civilian. And likewise, in these areas that have been devastated by Russia, does Ukraine have options? Do they end up having to commandeer a hospital, a hotel, a school, because there's very little else that is left? And so this is where we get into the desperation that war brings, and trying to put a rational frame around it, particularly during the conflict, is very difficult.
Yeah. A good idea then is to avoid war at all costs. Do everything you can to stop war from ever happening.
And look at how quickly international leaders intervene to try to squelch what's going on in Gaza right now, but nobody is lifting a finger or opening their mouths to advocate for peace talks in Ukraine, for a ceasefire, for some sort of a stand down. This is a proxy war that everybody wants to, well, not everybody, but too many important people want to see continue.
Did you see Roger Waters from Pink Floyd on Smerconish?
I watched the edited interview, and then today I saw that the full interview is available, but I haven't been able to listen and compare.
It's breathtaking. Roger Waters is saying stuff to Smerconish, who has this smug look on his face, like, oh, Pink Floyd guy, just a little, too much LSD. And everything Roger Waters said, he schooled Smerconish, but Smerconish isn't allowed to be anything but ignorant about history. Let me say goodbye to Professor Adnan Hussein. Thank you, sir. Who's on the Mudgeless podcast?
We're going to be putting out an episode based on the book by my former PhD student, Islam and Anarchism, Reflections and Resonances. And of course, on Guerrilla History, we do have, as we already mentioned, coming up very soon, in a week and a half, I think, basically, our conversation with Noam Chomsky and Vijay Prashad that we're
fantastic,
really looking forward to. Thanks so much, David.
How do you know so much? How do you?
I don't, but I just try and use everything that I do know. Absolutely everything that I do know. Recycle your knowledge is basically my
And just on that note, let me ask you, what are your weak areas? And I'll just volunteer that sports and Hollywood are the things, you asked me to name who starred in a movie 20 years ago, and I am just completely befuddled.
Dan, are you there? I think Dan, we had a stump the humps, but for next time. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you know so much, Peter B. Collins?
Because I don't pay any attention to sports in Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't either, but I can't. How do you keep up with everything? Do you have a rigor? Is there a discipline to your reading?
I do, but I've eased off since I retired. I read the Times and the Post online in the morning. The San Francisco Chronicle now takes 4 minutes. There's a local paper I read. And then I have a bunch of independent media outlets like Consortium News that I look at from time to time. I do follow Max Blumenthal and the Gray Zone. I think they do a lot of important work. But I have dialed back. And let me begin. I do like to occasionally correct errors that I make. And last week on your show, the news had just broken about the drone strike that killed Ayman al-Zawahiri.
Right.
And I mistakenly heard and repeated to you and your audience that Biden had said that the CIA had located Zawahiri in Kabul in April. And it was April of 22, but I kind of misprocessed that and I made it sound like it was April of 21 and that we could have taken him out before the US withdrawal. So I got that wrong, and I like to let people know when I do, so that they might believe what I say when
yes,
when I don't have to correct it.
Thank you. I really appreciate you, and when you correct me, it's important to. We are trying to tell the truth here. For some reason, CNN never makes a mistake. MSNBC
There's an interesting profile in Vanity Fair that I read today of Rachel Maddow. And it's a pretty interesting, very personal story about how the stress of her work caused serious problems with her back. She's thrown out several discs. And so it explained, her reason for negotiating this $30 million deal to do much less work. And I'm jealous of that. But she was quoted as in a little bit of a back and forth, and the Vanity Fair reporter used Eric Wemple of the Washington Post, who has, to his credit, from a corporate media post, has criticized the Russiagate coverage and the false reporting that occurred on Rachel Maddow's show. And she had a very clever out. She said, well, remember when Dan Rather got that one document about George W. Bush and the Texas National Guard? And this is my addition. Karl Rove got that forged document slipped into the pile of papers that Dan Rather got. And he used that and pulled the ripcord, which discredited the entire report that Dan Rather had done. And the facts were correct. Bush had dodged his service in the National Guard.
By the way, they could not prove that Dan Rather used forged documents. They just couldn't prove that he didn't use.
Pretty much true. Yes. Yes. There was an issue that one of the documents was typed with an IBM Selectric that was not in production at the time Bush was in the National Guard. That appears to be the forgery that was used to undermine Dan Rather's credibility. But Rachel Maddow didn't offer us an explanation about what single document she got wrong. And she just basically claims that all of her reporting was accurate. And if she were to point out that, for example, the former FBI counterintelligence cybersecurity guy who ran CrowdStrike, who testified under oath that we saw no evidence of Russian exfiltration of documents from the DNC, I would, increase my sense of her credibility by a significant degree. But she never looks back except to build on the innuendo that she delivered to us before.
Right. So, yeah, they don't, but they never correct themselves. They're not allowed to correct themselves. If they make a mistake, the New York Times corrects itself. Print journalists have to correct themselves.
Well, they correct the misspelling of a name or the misattribution of someone's title. But the Times, it did correct Judith Miller's reporting about WMD in Iraq. But since Trump, there has not been a significant admission of error by the New York Times, to my knowledge.
Didn't the Pulitzer Committee look into their reporting and say it was okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, but who's on the Pulitzer Committee?
New York Times.
They're covering for each other.
Well, Jon Stewart, every now and then he does something noteworthy and admirable.
Mm-hmm.
He stood up for the first responders who went to Ground Zero, got very sick, and he was able to get funding for their health. And this past month, he was able to get funding. I think it's called the PACT Act, the PACT bill, which
That's
will
correct.
provide about, I think it's $10 billion. Mitt Romney, the draft dodger, voted against the funding for Iraqi war vets whose lungs were poisoned in the tar pits that they were burning electronic equipment in Iraq. And Jon Stewart deserves credit for doing this. It's more than it's he pulled it off and deserves credit for it.
Well, I certainly agree, and I won't take anything away from Jon Stewart and the
I
photo.
will. Hang on for 1 second. I will.
Okay, the photo that somebody snapped of him standing in a Capitol hallway, smirking as Mitch McConnell turtled by in the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
That is priceless.
Right.
And I won't take anything away from Stewart on this, but I want to give credit where it is really richly deserved. And for people watching on YouTube or lucky to be in the Zoom room, this is a book published in 2017 by Joe Hickman. And Joe is a guy I got to know when he blew the whistle after serving at Guantanamo, where he was in a guard tower on a night in 2006 when the most unusual thing he had observed took place. 3 prisoners were spirited out of the main camp and hustled over to a CIA black site, which is off the main Guantanamo prison campus, but still part of the US leased base there on the eastern tip of Cuba. And they came back dead the next morning. And the commandant of the camp said that they had all committed suicide and that it was this ugly, what's the right term? Asymmetrical warfare.
Mm-hmm.
That these jihadis had decided to kill themselves to embarrass the commandant and the Pentagon. And Joe Hickman wrote a book about that, and that's when I first met him. And that's called Murder at Camp Delta. And I highly recommend it for people who aren't aware of it. It's a story that was lightly reported by the corporate media, but they never went so far as to assert that the suicides were falsely reported. So in 2017, I interviewed Hickman, who is a former Marine, and then he also was an Army sergeant. He basically did 2 shifts in the military. And he published The Burn Pits, subtitled The Poisoning of America's Soldiers. And what he exposed was that mostly in Iraq, but also to some extent in Afghanistan, wherever there was a US base, KBR, Dick Cheney's old company, was the contractor who presided over waste disposal. And they didn't build any incinerators. They didn't site these burn pits at a safe distance from population, whether it's American or native. And just with abandon, they would burn all kinds of toxic shit in a pit, just without any concern for the health of people downwind. And Hickman interviewed Senator Joe Biden, well, Vice President Biden, actually, at the time. And Biden does allow us how his son, Beau, probably, he doesn't know for sure, but probably his cancers came from exposure to burn pits. Right. So Hickman has been working on this ever since he published the book. And we have to put it in context that during the Iraq War, the military medical departments and the VA colluded to deny medical benefits to many deserving soldiers, claiming that they had pre-existing conditions before they went to the war zone that caused the illness that was being rejected for coverage. And this is so obscene because it is the people who sent our troops into Iraq, knowing that it didn't have weapons of mass destruction, knowing that Bush was lying. And they all, mouth these platitudes that we will support our troops all the way through. It's a lifetime commitment. But when it comes to actually delivering, they always have excuses.
Right.
And so
and you criticize the war, you're hurting the troops. Criticism of the war is hurting the troops.
Right. So I'll just briefly recap for people that earlier this summer, there was a test vote where 34 Republicans in June voted in favor of this packed bill. And then because the Democrats made this crappy deal with Joe Manchin to pass the totally watered down version of the badly named Build Back Better with the worst named Inflation Reduction Act, the Republicans said, holy shit, this is going to be 2 wins for Joe Biden heading into the midterms. Mm-hmm. We can't allow that. So Pat Toomey, who's a dead duck, he's retiring. He, of course, is a Pennsylvania Republican who is a proud member of the Club for Growth. And they're, of course, these deficit hawks who only support increasing the deficit when you can cut taxes for the wealthy and corporations. And so Toomey said, hold on, this could ultimately cost $280 billion over the next 10 years. That's $28 billion a year. And so they moved to try to cap it, try to put an expiration date on these services. And think about this, okay? These toxic burn pits have produced serious, chronic, and potentially fatal illness. And Pat Toomey is saying, well, you got 10 years to fix it. And after that, you're on your own.
Wow.
And this is so obscene. We write blank checks for the Pentagon and for Wall Street all the time. But, and there is an unknown factor, okay, about exactly how much this is going to cost, how many people will actually access the benefits. and how seriously ill they will be by the time their delayed health care is actually provided. But this is an obligation that even people like me who bitterly opposed Bush's foreign interventions and Obama's, and to see this play out the way it did. And then, of course, it passed with only, I think, 14 or so Republicans in the end over the weekend didn't vote for it because they see how popular it is, and they can't afford to be seen by even their own voters as deserting veterans. But this path to passage is one of the ugliest I've seen. And I do give Jon Stewart credit for, inserting himself into this. His kind of bitter and angry sound bites, I think, did in fact shame some of these Republicans to abandon the Toomey effort to walk away from it. And so I'm very glad it passed. And I would like to give away one of my copies of The Burn Pits, the one that I highlighted and marked up for the interview with Joe Hickman. Wow. And I will offer it to a David Feldman listener who emails me and just describes that you have been impacted, or somebody who is close to you has been impacted by the burn pits. So you can send an email to peterbcollins23@gmail.com, and I'll pick the most appropriate person who submits a request, and I'll be sure to include your mailing address, and I will send the book out to you.
And what is your email address? How do people contact you?
Peter B. Collins, my name, the number 23, and I can't imagine there are 22 others, right. At gmail.com.
I want to play, we're talking about the fog of war and lying and who do you trust. Defense Undersecretary for Pentagon Policy, Dr. Colin Kahl, gave a press conference today talking about how things are going in Ukraine. And I want to play a 20-second bite, and you tell me if this seems like the truth, okay? Let me see if I can find it. All right, hang on.
The Russian military because of how well the Ukrainian military has performed and all the assistance that the Ukrainian military has gotten. And I think now conditions in the east have essentially stabilized, and the focus is really shifting to the south. And in part, that's because the Ukrainians are starting to put some pressure down south, and the Russians have been forced to redeploy their forces down there. So yes, both sides are taking casualties. The war is the most intense conventional conflict in Europe since the Second World War, but the Ukrainians have a lot of advantages, not the least of which. I'm
trying to find
militarily seize Taiwan in the objectives at the beginning of the war.
Anyway, he said he estimates between 70,000 to 80,000 Russian casualties in Ukraine. Think about Vietnam. Well, casualties is not deaths, right?
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the war is what, 5 months? 70 to 80,000 casualties. If that were true, maybe it is, would that be as bad as Afghanistan was for the Russians in 5 short months? I mean, this is catastrophic for the Russian military, if this is true.
I just would say we can't trust any of these guesses that we are being provided. Russia isn't revealing anything. They, of course, are suppressing coverage of the dark side of their liberation of the Donbass. And so I just have to say that I don't know, but I don't believe that. Yeah. I think both sides have taken serious casualties, but those numbers seem inflated. And, they were telling us 15,000 dead Russian soldiers, and I believe that was in early April. So there's really, there's spin and counterspin in this kind of a situation, and I would discount both.
Yeah, it reminds me of every war.
Yeah. No, I mean, David, when I was a young radio guy in Chicago during the Vietnam War, I worked at a small station. We didn't have a budget for a news person, and so the DJ read some headlines once an hour. And I remember vividly, it was a ritual every Monday morning was the body count from Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
And it always was hard to believe, because we're being fed numbers of massive casualties among the Viet Cong, and virtually none by affecting Americans. And occasionally they would admit that some South Vietnamese had been killed or wounded, but it was an information management operation. And we are in such an era of sophisticated information management control that I think we have to simply discount most of the claims that are made. And until both sides are so bloodied that they actually come to a peace table, I think that we're just going to see more of this.
Yep. They said that when George W. Bush started asking for body counts, how the other side was doing, they knew we had lost in Iraq. That's the first sign. Well, the midterms continue tomorrow. I didn't get to speak to you after last Tuesday's midterms. What was your impression of how that shook out, and what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, my relative, Dharma Ackman, won election to the Ann Arbor City Council, and she defeated a pretty entrenched incumbent, and has a whole team of progressives that dominate the council there. So that's my personal good news.
Congratulations.
But of course, the remarkable...
you're on, by the way.
Pardon me?
Invite... I would love to...
Dharma is her name.
Yeah, I would love to talk to her. I'm fascinated by people who, especially women, who run in local politics. So,
all right, I will do it. I know she's taking a break for the next couple of weeks, and then I'm going to be on vacation in early September.
What is that?
That means I'll be gone for 3 weeks, David.
You did this last year.
I know you're unaccustomed to taking time off.
What is it like to take three? What do you do for 3 weeks?
Well, I'm going to go to Ireland and to Italy.
Wow.
These are deferred post-retirement plans, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Wow.
So the big development, of course, was in Kansas, where it was almost 60-40 in a very deceptive election that was run during a primary to hopefully get a higher conservative turnout that would set the table to allow the Republican-controlled legislature and governorship to roll back or ban abortion rights in Kansas. And the pro-birth people deeply miscalculated. I want to single out the Catholic bishops who squandered $4 million that could have been spent on homeless and other people in need. And they spent it to try to, again, join this deceptive effort to trick voters into enabling the rollback of abortion rights in Kansas. And people smelled the rat and came out and smacked it. And this does increase some hope that not only Democrats, but that people who even may personally say, I would never choose to have or counsel an abortion, but I am not comfortable in having that right taken away from other people based on religious fanaticism. And that is an encouraging sign. It also counters the Trump wave, which is also mildly encouraging. At the same time, when you see these idiots like the Senate candidate in Arizona, who is a total Trumper and wants to roll back marriage equality, demonize transsexuals, and all of that right-wing minority agenda, and we see more Democrats spending money, as we've talked about, to promote the fringiest Republican, hoping that that person will be the easiest to beat. I'm still uneasy about the prospects of any kind of a wave sufficient to counter the historical trends of a midterm election, which always favor the party that doesn't control the White House. So, we're just going to have to see. And the thing that Democrats are going to try to weaponize for marketing purposes is the passage of this Joe Manchin Pipelineistan Expansion Act, which is positioned or presented as this huge victory, biggest investments in climate change. Well, that is narrowly correct. But those investments in climate change, electric cars, retrofitting homes, there's some good elements in this package, but they are more than offset by the incredible giveaways that Manchin and Sinema engineered. And I don't think most people have a clue, because the coverage doesn't go beyond the happy headlines that, biggest investment and corporate taxation, and Medicare will be allowed to negotiate drug prices. But in each of those cases, when you go behind the headline, it's a huge letdown. The Medicare drug piece doesn't kick in until 2026, and it only covers 10 drugs. And Big Pharma engineered this to soften any impact on their profiteering. And in a moment, I want to read from the Gospel of St. Bernard, because Sanders gave an incredible speech which really exposed the perfidy of all this. But I want to point out that Joe Manchin got fast track approval not only for a pipeline in West Virginia, but essentially for all pipelines everywhere in the country. And he raked in $20,000 from pipeline companies in 2020 and $331,000 this year. And guess who also got a little, a little spiff off the top? Chuck Schumer. $281,000 from a single company called NextEra Pipeline. Manchin also insisted that drilling on public lands and offshore drilling leases have to be offered to the energy extractors every year before money can be spent on offshore wind and solar. That is a huge giveaway that undermines.
Say that again about the wind and solar. What is that?
Yeah, let me find it here in my my notes here.
Able to.
I have too many articles here. Maybe it's in the Sanders piece here. I'll get it for you here, but
I'll read from the Gospel of St. Bernard.
Okay, but I want to answer your question directly here because it is shocking.
I could just hit.
So, 370 billion is the amount to combat climate change, but the fossil fuel industry will receive billions of dollars in new tax breaks and subsidies over the next 10 years, on top of the 15 billion that they get every year. And under this legislation, up to 60 million acres of public waters must be offered up for sale each and every year to the oil and gas industry before the federal government can approve any new offshore wind development. 60 million acres is the size of Michigan. In addition, up to 2 million acres of public lands must be offered up for sale each and every year to the oil and gas industry before leases can move forward on any renewable energy development on public lands. This is a carbon first policy. This is extract, burn, and pray. Because, you know, we've given people like me who can afford to buy an electric car. I haven't yet, but I probably will. And you know, they're throwing they're continuing the $7,500 federal rebate for people who buy electric cars with no cap. And critical articles from the business community like Bloomberg and the Wall Street Journal say, well, you know, GM sold, I don't know what the number was, but thousands of cars without the rebate. And so what we have seen here is, and this is a good quote here, the Center for Biological Diversity said about this bill, it is a climate suicide pact. It's self-defeating to handcuff renewable energy development to massive new oil and gas extraction. The new leasing required in this bill will fan the flames of the climate disasters torching our country, and it's a slap in the face to the communities fighting to protect themselves from filthy fossil fuels. And get this, David, even though the Republicans all lined up against this in both houses, the lion's share of the money that's authorized by this bill is going to go into Republican districts. So they're going to be able to go home and say, you know, I don't believe in climate change, but, you know, we've got solar panel jobs here in this Republican district. And so, number one, there's a lot of fraud in this package. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't, you know, stand up to close scrutiny, like the prescription drug elements. And this is the best that Joe Biden and the Democrats can do. And I do understand the 50-50 Senate, Manchin and Sinema. Sinema, of course, stood up for the private equity industry.
Yeah, the carried interest loophole.
Right. And she claimed that there were little mom and pop businesses in Arizona that were going to be badly impacted by this. That's just the same old saw about family farms, right?
Right.
These little mom and pop farms with 2 ponies and a cow, you know, they're going to be clobbered by this tax, when of course it's the agribusiness that lobbies to get what they want. So let me quote a little bit more from St. Bernard here, because he did a great job of framing how the American public has only a 16% level of confidence in Congress, that we are at a very dangerous moment because of the divisions in this country. And he goes through a bit of a laundry list here about what the American people really need to deal with this ugly inflationary cycle. And they need to expand Medicare. They need childcare. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty. We had in the Build Back Better package an extension of the child tax credit that only lasted for 6 or 7 months last year, but it took a record number of American children temporarily out of poverty.
Right.
That's in the rearview mirror. And he talks about student debt. He talks about the elements that seniors need that are not covered by Medicare, like hearing aids and glasses. He says this bill does nothing to address the major housing crisis we face. And so I give, Bernie a lot of credit, because he works a kind of inside-outside strategy. And he did issue a statement saying that the bill passed. He says it goes nowhere near far enough. It's a step forward, and I'm happy to support it. And then, of course, he explains why it sucks. So we're in a place where, just like the meager gun legislation that was passed, I heard Biden's chief of staff, Ron Klain, on TV today saying that, yeah, you know, we got the first gun control legislation in whatever it is, 15 or 20 years. Yeah, but it's meaningless. And, you know, these elements in this bill, very few will take effect between now and the midterm election. About the only thing that an average American family will experience is that Obamacare subsidies have been extended by this bill, I believe, for 3 more years. And so that is going to allow people to avoid an increase in their health insurance costs. But it's not money in their pocket. It's not a rebate or savings or anything that can help them adjust their budgets to afford the high cost of groceries today. So we're in a situation where the Democrats are using the same misleading communication strategies as the Republicans, and they are counting on being able to buffalo the average voter. And you know, they know that you can fool some of the people some of the time, and they hope that's enough to hold on to the majority in the House.
Yeah. I wanted to feel good for a second.
Well, you did.
A second. Well, hang on for 1 second. Professor Jonathan Dick, are you there?
I am, David, and I can make you feel a little bit better, I think.
Okay.
Oh, please do.
Yes. So to explain, we've been raising money for a member of our community who has had some a medical setback.
Yeah,
And,
very challenging year for her, and she's been a long-time member of the community and is cherished by everyone. And
hang on, Timpani,
Yes.
how much did we want to raise?
We wanted to raise $2,000.
Okay, so hang on for 1 second. Do you have a tally?
I do.
All right.
David, that's a snare.
You're right. Hang on. You're right. That is not a tally. You're absolutely right. All right, here we go. Okay, we need to raise $2,000.
There we go.
What have we raised so far?
We raised $2,000, David.
Okay, I'd like to make that 2,100.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Wow. All right. He hasn't seen the bit, Professor Jonathan. Well, I see your 2,100 and I raise you. What is it now? Hang on, let me do the hang on.
That sounded like one more silver dollar.
David, with those last 2 donations, we have raised a total of $2,100.05.
You know,
okay, so have I been tricked, or is this?
No. You know what? You were very generous, and I'm kind of feeling the pressure now. Let me throw in. Okay, and now hang on. What does that bring the grand total to?
$2,100.10.
You know, I like to do these things. I really like to do this stuff anonymously. It's kind of embarrassing that well, thank you to the community and thank you to Peter B. Collins. Great job. It's great to talk to you. Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Yes, sir.
Tell me where to send a check.
Can you do a PayPal?
Yeah,
I do have PayPal. Yes.
All right, let me put the link in the chat. Are you able to see the chat?
I will.
Thank you to the community.
Yes, the generosity that has been displayed in the last 5 days. We did this in less than 5 days. Has been just so heartwarming. Thank you, everyone who donated or who wanted to donate. It's so appreciated, and this shows what we can do as a community.
Yes, it really it is. And you know what? I don't mean to get emotional, but I'd rather do this anonymously, but just in the spirit of generosity. What does that now bring the total to? Oh, hang on. They're already applauding. What's the grand total now?
$2,100.15. Oh, and we just got another pledge, David. We have a 50-pound pledge from Merwicki.
Oh. So, hang on.
And I'm also adding this expired Metro card from the New York subway with an unknown amount of money on it.
Okay, but hang on. That's very sweet of you, Peter. This is the final push here. What is the grand total?
I haven't done the conversion from pounds to dollars, but I'll say it's
it's about even right now.
Yeah, $2,100.15 plus 50 pounds.
Well. What is it now? I hate to be so embarrassed.
This is all the money David made at his last stand-up gig at a casino.
$2,100, 20 cents, and a 50-pound donation and an expired tube pass.
All right. Thank you, Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com.
Oh, David, at the top of my website today, I posted my original Burn Pits interview with Joe Hickman.
Okay.
It's free to all comers. peterbcollins.com.
Fantastic. Thank you. Go to Peter B. Collins. And thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. Let us now go to Denton, Texas, where Professor Mike Steinal is at Steve's Wine Bar. Is that the name of it?
That's the place. Can you hear me, David?
I'm having trouble hearing you. Now I see you. Hang on, we'll fix the sound. You're at. All right, we're bear with us, everybody. We're going to see a live performance from Professor Mike Steinal. We need to connect the audio.
Oh, wait a second.
You're at Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas for the book launch of Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. Everybody should go to savingcharlieparker.com to purchase his novel. And let's do a sound check.
Can you hear me?
I don't think it sounds fantastic, to be honest with you.
Well, there's a lot of crowd noise, but I don't think we're getting any volume. Can you hear anything there?
There's another feed that we're trying to connect the audio.
Yeah, that audio is going to be, that might feed back. Try.
Okay, so let me do this. Let me mute. Should I mute?
Unmute, see if we can fix it up there. It's going to be a lot of.
Why don't we mute? Why don't we mute the other feed, if that's possible, and just keep.
I think it is muted.
Okay, why are we getting bad feedback? It just doesn't sound good.
Hearing anything? You hear my voice at all?
I hear your voice. Yes.
There's a lot of problems. You got to turn. That's right. This may not work. After all, pumping this, we may not be able to do right.
How are you, Professor Mike Steinel?
We just had a great show. We had packed house, sold a lot of merch, CDs, and I got somebody here. So these. Chris McGuire is the guy that plays on Turtle. This is Chris McGuire.
Hi. You know, the microphone, I hate to be a pain in the neck. Tap on the microphone if you don't mind. Yeah, the microphone. We're not getting the microphone. So.
Let me try this.
I knew something was wrong. We're getting.
All right.
Tap on the mic. It's okay.
How about now?
I think that might be it.
Yeah, I didn't have the scarlet thing. That's better now, isn't it?
Much better. Okay. Let's pretend. Let's start from the top.
All right. Okay.
Joining.
This is Chris McGuire, one of the true geniuses of the saxophone.
Hello. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Thank you, Chris. I love Turtle. I play it all the time. I love it. Thank you for Turtle. How long have you known Professor Mike Steinel?
Since we were Father Guillermo's School for Wayward Boys.
Ah.
No, he was my professor back in the 80s, back when I was in school.
This guy's really funny. He's got a million jokes and a million voices, mostly Irish.
Yeah, they all sound Irish. That's all.
Yeah. You want to meet Rosanna Eckert?
Yes.
Switch the headphones to Rosanna. You want to give the headphones to Rosanna?
Rosanna Eckert. Hello. It's good to see you again, Rosanna.
Hey. Oh, hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Much better now that you're here and your husband's here.
Yeah, he's back there. He's
Fantastic.
behind the percussion still. He's wearing the do-rag.
Ah.
Oh, I'll hold it. Okay.
So you're going to be.
Yeah, we just had a fun gig.
Right.
I was singing. Yeah, we're done. Like we did the gig and we sang a couple of sets and we're going to try Turtle. Oh, we are. We're going to try Turtle.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'll be singing, I guess.
Fantastic. This is the first time we've ever done this. So far, so good. How are we going to do this?
Well, I think that other feed, which is from the wine bar, did you mute him?
No.
I don't see his audio. Oh, I see. He's to the right. I see. Yeah. That other feed, he can unmute his. Oh, you know who's coming here? You know who's coming?
Who?
Nadine.
Nadine.
Nadine is here.
Hello,
Turn it
Nadine.
around.
Hi, Nadine. Oh, hi. That's
Nadine.
Hi. It's great to see you, Nadine. I hear about.
She didn't have the she doesn't have the headphones, but she can.
Oh, that's. Nadine plays Jeopardy with Professor Stein.
The professor, right?
And
kicks my ass in Jeopardy.
Yes, it's good to meet you finally.
There's my wife, Beverly.
Hi, Beverly. A colored. How is it pronounced? Colored.
She's a coloratura. That's right.
Coloratura. Hello. Nice to see you.
Hi, it's good to see you too. It's a very exciting evening.
Yeah.
You did great. And here's Nadine.
Hi,
Just
Nadine.
a minute. Say hi Hi, David. Hi, David.
Who does she want to be the new host of Jeopardy?
Maybe so.
Who is she rooting for to host Jeopardy?
Did you get it?
Yeah, sounds great.
I think she wants Mia McCalla. I think she wants the gal.
Okay, you sound great, by the way. This is great.
All right.
Live music.
Well, you want us to bring the band up? We got a lot of people still milling around.
That's okay. This was the book launch
Later.
at Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas.
Yeah, I think we did some good business tonight. Sold some merch.
Good.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Everybody go to savingcharlieparker.com and buy the book.
How was your show?
It better now that you're here.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm so glad I got to meet Nadine.
Yeah, she had a permanent today, so she was ready to get out and cut a rug. 99. For those who are just listening in, Nadine is 99. Come back on.
Are you allowed to say that?
She doesn't mind.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she's proud of it. I mean, she's the most amazing looking 99-year-old you'll ever find. I tell you, good genes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Nadine. Oh, I know. She's amazing. I think her positive outlook is part of it.
Yeah, her positive outlook.
Yeah. She's such a positive person. Just amazing.
Well, we're talking to in Denton, Texas. This is so exciting.
Yeah. Steve's Wine Bar.
It's a great music town. It's like it's kind of like wannabe Austin at this point. A lot of clubs, a lot of restaurants. It's jumping. I tell you what, the square, which is really well done. There's night and day. There's somebody there going. You want to try? Hey, Steve, come. Let me introduce Steve from Steve's Wine Bar. Hey, Steve, come over here.
Lane is in England, and he said, I love the fact that I'm half a world away and experienced this. If I thought about this only about 10 years ago, I would have sectioned myself. I don't know what sectioning means, but I'd like to see it, Lane. Hi, who are we talking to?
This is the owner of Steve's Wine Bar.
Hello,
Steve Severance.
Let's plug Steve's Wine Bar.
Hey, there you go. How are you?
Much better now that you're here. If people are visiting Denton, how do they go to Steve's Wine Bar, and who do you have coming up?
You basically just come right downtown to the square, and we're about a block east of the courthouse, which is just absolutely beautiful.
Good.
Lots of restaurants right nearby, so it's a great little community of hospitality down here.
And being near the courthouse is convenient for Professor Mike Steinel, because in about an hour, that's where you'll be sleeping tonight, I would assume.
Along with about 100 other people.
Should we try Turtle? I'm going to bring the band up.
Yes, please introduce the band. Let's do this.
Yeah, give us 2 minutes to kind of get in place.
Okay. You're listening to a live feed from Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas, where the brilliant Professor.
Now don't get us pumped up yet. We're not ready to go.
That's okay.
Okay.
Mike Steinel.
Let's try it. We're going to try a test of using the sound through Steve's thing. That's why you can hear the band.
Okay, great.
We're going to do mic checks.
Take your time.
Switch it.
It's the first time we've done this, so take your time, relax. I don't hear you. Well, I don't think we hear. Can you play something besides Turtle just to test the sound? This is like the early days of television. I feel like it's
I know.
It's like 1952, and I'm Dave Garroway, about to meet the same end as he.
Going through here. I should. I should be hearing you through this. I'm not. This may not work, David. I'm sorry to say.
Well, what this is the David Feldman show. Why should it work? This is even better if it doesn't work.
Now, do you have Steve's feed muted on your end?
I don't have it muted. But just hearing Rosanna do it, it's good enough just to hear her. Yeah. I mean, I do have. Can you guys lip sync? And I'll play the recording.
Why don't you play it, and then we'll just move around like we're playing it.
Well, this is fun. Let's see if we can get it right.
Well,
because you sound good.
It would be. We could do it with one mic. It may not sound that good, but
well,
I don't know.
Why did the
1 2 2? Am I coming through there? Are you muted?
They're not muted.
You should be hearing us, but you should be hearing us, but you're not. Sorry about this.
I hear you. I hear you, Professor.
Yeah, I'm running through my little laptop. This screen here, but this other screen is the fancy stuff he has for the club. All right. Hey, play the groove. We're going to play a little groove. 1 2 3 4. Faster.
Well, now we're not here.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
We're going to play a very shortened version. Okay. There it was, David. Did that sound worth the dang?
You know, it sounded fantastic, even with there. Thank you. You are amazing. That is.
No, these people are amazing. All these
You're
people
all.
behind me.
And I'm reading the comments in the chat room on YouTube and in Zoom, and this is so great. I want to do this all the time. We have to figure out how to do this all. It is fantastic. What I found really interesting, it's even though there was something with the mix that we have to, it just plowed through the technical difficulties. Thank you.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know.
You guys are
I'm
amazing.
I'm headed to Kansas tomorrow, man.
It's too late. They already voted.
They closed it up.
Yeah,
Kansas is closed for business. No, man.
But you guys, that is just the best music ever.
Oh,
It's
you're
the
nice,
best.
man.
There's nothing better than Turtle. It just sounds so great. It is the best. It is.
All
the
right. I need to get your land address so I can send you a CD. Also, so I can start stalking you, putting like dead snakes in your mailbox. Not live snakes. You know, like a live snake, that would be that's a bad thing. But it's just a dead snake. You know, just a little hint.
You guys are it's the best music ever. There's nothing better than that sound. It really is the best. The best. I
got great backup people there. Hey, listen, we're going to have to jump because I got to do some book signing.
There you go.
All right.
I love you. Thank you, everybody. That is just the best.
We love you too, David.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll see you next week, I hope.
Yes.
All right.
Everybody should go to Steve's Wine Bar. If you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, go to Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas. And
gotcha, man.
They have great music there, right? 7 nights a week.
4 nights a week, usually Wednesday through Saturday. Monday he opened up the club just for us tonight. So we could do it on Monday so we could broadcast Turtle. so much for that.
Thank you, Steve.
Love you, man.
Love you too. Great.
Okay. See ya. Bye.
Fantastic. Somebody said, I think it was on YouTube, with the sound being a little off, it's kind of punk. We didn't, we're learning how to do this on Zoom. And I think there was like a slight delay because it was 2 different feeds. But, if the it's interesting. If the music is that great, it can push through some of the technical difficulties. Wow. Nothing better than that kind of music coming from Professor Mike Steinel. Let's go back to Mexico where Rodrigo is standing by. And then Benji will go to Florida Man, Benji, and then we'll call it an evening. Yes, Rodrigo.
Yes. Sorry, this computer is a little slow. If you ask any neoliberal or really any liberal who isn't at least socialist curious, they will tell you that it's impossible for any one company to jack up prices just because it can, because someone else will undercut this company and grow at their expense. This is how the free market is supposed to work. And everyone who defends capitalism will tell you that they believe in the free market despite how often companies get to write their own legislation through their lobbyists. If you start asking about cartels where all the companies silently agree to raise prices because they can and they know the US government is too scared of their power to decide elections to impose price controls as they did back in the 1970s, or if you start using the word monopsony, which is a fancy word for a reverse monopoly, where there is only one buyer and you can't create anything without a permission, they will lose their minds. They will tell you that it's just impossible. Sorry.
I think are you being heckled by somebody? But why can't we hear that? It's real. All right.
If you start asking about, sorry, no.
Hang
They
on.
will lose their minds. They will tell you that it's just impossible for this to happen because that's how the free market works. So the situation where all the big oil companies jacked up the price of gas under the thinly veiled excuse that, quote, Putin bad, end quote, and the price of gas slowly came down over months in a move completely unrelated to anything Putin did or didn't do, just didn't happen. If you ask economists or any defender of capitalism why prices have gone up more than twice the rate of salary increases and why there was no inflation for the past 2 years, and why do inflationary spirals happen or not independently of what economists predict, honest ones like Paul Krugman will admit they don't know why, and the rest will compare notes while pretending they still know more than you. But I want to make sure you understand this because it's very important. If you dig a little under everything capitalists pretend to believe, you will find lack of logic, a lack of consistency, or just lies. But the lie that rich companies don't collaborate to jack up prices under anything pretending to be an actual reason is one of the basic tenets of why capitalism works. I cannot stress this enough. You cannot believe in the free market if you accept that all the companies making toilet paper or selling gas or food can just keep jacking up the prices up to what their analysts tell them the market will bear with a dry starting. So anyone who tells you they believe in the free market has to defend it without accepting reality. They will also tell you that price controls are un-American. In other words, we may not have an outwardly totalitarian big brother telling you not to believe the evidence of your lying eyes, but we have a system where the government and the media keep telling you day after day that the adults in the room have got this covered while they take more money than they can ever spend. And finally, if you read the BBC, you've heard, and I kid you not, that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear facility in Ukraine, which the Russians have held since March, is getting shelled again, and it's Russia's fault. Either the Russians are attacking themselves, or the Ukrainians are attacking a nuclear facility controlled by Russia. But either way, it's Russia's fault. But also, to quote two different articles from the BBC with the same line, quote, the BBC was unable to verify the reported damage at the nuclear plant, end quote. If you're wondering how to spot misinformation, read or watch your sources again. Do they mention that 4 of the 6 reactors have been offline since March? Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Always great to hear from you. Well, we were down in Mexico. Now let's go to another country, Florida. And Benji. Hello, Benji.
Hey, bro, what it be?
How are you?
Good, man. I'm doing good, man. Just enjoying married life, bro.
Oh, good.
Yeah, man. My wife, she actually opened the car door for me today.
Really?
Yeah. I'd have been, considered that more of a lovely gesture if we weren't doing 80 miles an hour down the freeway. But, take what I can get,
I hear
My
you.
wife told me to, I need to give our daughter a talk on drugs.
Oh, okay.
I told her I would, but, ain't no telling what I'll say if I'm on drugs, Hey, No, I joke a lot about my marriage, man, but I love my wife, man. I feel for all the single folks out there in this environment, man.
Yeah.
Guys and girls, they need to be more cautious than ever with this war on women's rights, man.
Yeah.
I remember when I was young and I thought I got my girlfriend pregnant, man. That's the moment everything changed for me.
Yeah.
My name, address, phone number. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that guy, man. Although when I was younger, man, I did play the airplane game after sex. That's when I just take the fuck off. No, like I was Batman or something, Speaking of Batman, David, do you know why Batman only covers up part of his face?
Why is that?
So cops can tell he's white.
Ah.
I mean, he already catches a lot of flack for wearing tights, man. He doesn't need to get his ass kicked or shot on the side of the road, too. Shit.
I see. Good.
Now, my advice for the single guys out there, man, is find you a nice Amish girl. It's great. You don't have to call them the next day. And if you didn't get engaged, tell them they got 26 uncles willing to build you a house for free, too. It's just, and these Amish women, man, they traditionally, love to serve their husbands, so it's their she shed is the kitchen. I mean, these women can cook, sew, grow vegetables, mend fences, even darn socks, whatever the hell that means. I mean, if you're with an Amish woman when the apocalypse happens, you're much better off. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, before I go, I do got one good legitimate story from Florida this week. It's
good.
A Florida man was arrested this week after stealing a big rig containing 75,000 cans of Campbell's soup. Prosecutors vowed to put him in prison for good. Hey, I'm signing off from Swampwood Studios tonight, brother, with a heavy heart, man. Olivia Newton-John dying, man. I'm still dealing with it, man. No. But hey, you have a good night, brother. I'll see you at office hours Friday night.
I love you. Thank you, buddy.
Love you too, brother.
Yeah, Olivia Newton-John. I was flying to do Conan, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago. I can't remember. And I sit down, and right next to me in first class, and I never fly first class, but it was Olivia Newton-John, and the most beautiful woman.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I just look at her, and she gives me this pained look like, please don't start with me. and I did. And then during takeoff, when she realized that I was going to stop drooling, she struck up a conversation with me, and she was just the greatest person that I ever spent 5 hours with. I was married at the time, and I fell asleep and she fell asleep, and we were awakened with orange juice, and she turned to me and said, "Good morning." And I thought, oh my God, I'm waking up next to Olivia Newton-John. This is, I feel so, and it was just, yeah, an angel. She's an angel.
That's super cool.
Yeah. I remember, well, I anyway, it was, yeah. I have a funny story about my mother, like calling. I don't want to get into it right now. But if you're, yeah, Olivia Newton-John. Yeah. Oh boy. Well, that is our show, Benji. Should I say goodnight?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I actually have notes about that. I wrote down my memories of that flight because I didn't want to forget it. Yeah. Listen to her sing. Listen to her music. Anyway. Wrapping it up. I want to thank our guests for tonight. They are Pascal Robert. Jason Miles didn't show up, but it was great talking with Pascal Robert from the This Is Revolution podcast. Please subscribe to that. Grace Jackson, subscribe to Literary Hangover. Great job, Grace. John Ross, follow him on Twitter at Fun with Friction. He's got a great Twitter feed. It's really funny. By the way, Jose Arroyo is doing the funniest strip that he's putting up on Twitter about life with COVID, and he's anthropomorphized COVID. It's the best. It's the best. Jose Arroyo is the best, and he's got this comic strip on Twitter. Follow Jose and retweet it. It's so great. Dr. Harriet Fraud, listen to Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. Thank you to Professor Adnan Hussein, the Mudgeless podcast, and of course, they've got Noam Chomsky on Guerrilla History. So listen to Henry Huckamaki and Professor Adnan Hussein talk to Noam Chomsky on Guerrilla History. The great Peter B. Collins, go to peterbcollins.com. Professor Marianne Cummings is out of town. And thank you to Professor Mike Steinel. Go to mikesteinel.com, buy all his stuff. And right now, go to his other website, savingcharlieparker.com, and buy savingcharlieparker.com. It gets the Feldman guarantee. If you don't like the book, I will reimburse you. Thank you to this community for coming through for a member of our community. We were able to raise all the money that we wanted to, and there isn't that much good news in the world. So when we can make good news, it's even better. We can make good news. We can. There's good news to be made out there. I was going to thank the moderators, the mods, but I can't find their names. Let me just see here. Here, let me try this. Well, my one sheet is, a lot of people have taken the week off, and they're going to be taking off next week. And I don't have the mods, the names of the mods. It's disappeared. This show is produced by Hannah Feldman, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Professor Jonathan Bick, Grace Jackson, the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, and nothing gets done here without Dan Frankenberger. I thought we were going to do a Stump the Hump, but that's not going to happen today. We got a little screwed up. Subscribe to this show wherever you get podcasts. Share it. Share it. That's the best way for words to word of mouth. The only word of mouth is, I'm ready to say goodnight. Word of mouth is the best way to get the word out on this amazing show, and it is an amazing show. We have a YouTube channel, so please subscribe to that and share this with your friends. That's the best way to help the show. All right, I'm going to play Turtle, the recorded version of Turtle. Thank you once again, Nadine and Professor Mike Steinel. I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak.